Go live. Hey, everybody. Welcome to our Sunday night Aquariums Anonymous live stream. My name is Adam. I'll be your host, and I am addicted to aquariums. But tonight I'm also addicted to pet keeping and animals in general. And tonight's guest has got you covered if you are interested in saltwater, if you're interested in public aquaria, if you're interested in freshwater, if you're interested in native wildlife or even reptiles, we've got you covered. So stick with us, and we're going to bring on our guest tonight, who he's one of us. Let's just get him on, and he can introduce himself. G'day, mate. How are you?
What an introduction. Good, mate. Yourself?
Why don't you introduce yourself to the meeting?
Sure. My name is Mason Arena, as my little name tag says there. I work in a public aquarium. I do wildlife rescue. I'm one of the local snake catchers in my area. And I'm addicted to everything wildlife, everything environmental.
Excellent. Now, I was just saying, for everybody out there, I was just saying to Mason, thanks for that introduction, mate, that we are, because we've got such a varied amount of information or topics that we could discuss tonight. I thought I might start a little bit of a poll, and I hope, Mason, can you see that there, mate?
Oh, I can.
So there you go. It works. Isn't that nice? An old bloke can learn new technology. So I'm assuming, everybody out there, that you can vote as we deep dive into Mason's early life as a fledgling animal keeper, that you out there can vote for what topic we should start with first. Should we start with work, which is the shark and ray encounters? Should we start with his play, which is his freshwater aquariums? Or should we start with his community efforts, which is to do with native animal wildlife rescue? So guys, start. Quade, that doesn't quite work, mate. You can't vote for everything. So I'll leave you guys to have a think about which one you'd like to start with first. Mason, I might just say good day to everybody who's joined us this evening. Is that okay with you, mate, if I just do that?
Yes, it is. Also, good day, everyone saying hi. We've got
the Ginger Ninja in the house, Quade. How are you, mate? We've also got Pratty as Pratty 87 as per expected. We have got Gil and Ross Dingle. How you going? I did see Senor Ding Dong somewhere down there. There is so much chat going on. Gabrielle Henderson, hello. We've got Wee Woo 181, and we've got Okay Cool Dingo Dave. Welcome everybody to tonight's live stream. Mason, how old are you, mate?
I'm 21.
21?
Yeah, still a baby.
Freaking hell, man. I thought we were going to have years of background to go through. We've only got about 4 years of background to go through.
All through my childhood, too.
Okay. Well, do you want to tell us where you started with pet keeping? We'll let this poll go, and so we can just get a bit of a background into how you got into the exotic animals. Including fish.
Okay. So, you want to start with fish or animals in general?
In general, mate.
Okay. Well, my family have never been real dog or cat people, and we moved to this area, Port Stephens, from Wollongong. And when we were kids, I was like, 4 years old, and the parents were like, all right, we want to get a pet, don't want a dog, don't want a cat. So they thought about a snake. They were a little bit hesitant. As the story goes, they went to a breeder's house, and he brings out these big carpet pythons and things, and they're just way too much. They're just like, oh no, that's too big. And then he pulls out this little Stimson's or Antaresia, whatever, and they're just like, oh, that's all. That's really manageable. And then that was one of the first snakes we got. From then, throughout my childhood, we've had heaps of different Stimson's, spotted, children's pythons, a few different carpet pythons, black-headed, wombats, the works, a bunch of lizards, bearded dragons, water dragons, blueies, all that sort of stuff. When it comes to fish keeping, I was probably about 12 years old, start of high school. I think I think my nan actually bought me one of those bit tacky aquaponics setups. It's got a little like acrylic tank with a top that's got some little pots in it, and then a little pump to put water through the pots. The pot's full of pumice, and you just put seeds, and it grows like herb grass or something. So that was the first little kick, and then at about 12 years old, I discovered the YouTube channel The King DIY. So everyone knows him, and that really kicked off my. It's like, oh, aquariums are cool. And my first tank was a 3-bay betta tank.
Just so they can fight each other through the glass.
Oh, it was blacked out, so no.
Oh, okay.
It was actually one of the good ones. That's basically where it went, and then just progressed from there. Through most of high school, I was mainly caring about fish. Still had heaps of reptiles, not heaps, a few. But throughout high school, mainly focusing on fish. Then late high school, into more adult life, focusing on a lot of reptile stuff, and then quite a bit of fish stuff as well. Now professionally, fish and reptile stuff.
Yeah. Okay. So I will hang on. Before I go on with that thought, guys in the chat, I've got a feeling for this AI poll situation to work, you might need to just stick the number with nothing else. I think it needs to read your number. I'm hoping that's what's going to happen. I think Mason's probably the brains when it comes to the intellectual or the technological stuff going on here, but I'm assuming that's what's happening. So can you just make sure you just stick a number with nothing else? And also Mason says that Ginger Ninja says that you need a pirate hat, by the way.
Oh, believe me, that's the only thing I dress up for Halloween.
So you are, mate, first thought was that you got some bloody good parents, mate, to want to have you set up with snakes off the get-go.
100%. Yeah, really supportive parents. Yeah. Well, when getting into wildlife care, that was originally Mum's thing. So I remember the day. It was, how old was I? I would have been maybe like 8 or 10 years old. And she's reading the newspaper and just looks at me and goes, "Should I go koala caring?" And I go, "Yeah." So she did. And then we started doing koala care with, it was at the time it was Hunter Koala Preservation Society is what it was called. It's no longer that. And we're no longer with that organization. We just started caring for koalas, any sick and injured ones, and I was there basically shadowing Mum the entire way. Yeah. And 15 years later, she's the Australian fauna coordinator for the local wildlife rescue group. I'm now the reptile coordinator. Yeah.
Wow.
So that was the start of wildlife care.
Yeah. Okay. So you're now 21, which means that you'd be 3 years out of high school. And I believe you're also studying, you did some work placement with uni. Are you at uni?
Yes, yeah. At Newcastle Uni, studying in Bachelor of Coastal and Marine Science, because Newcastle had to be fancy and not call it marine biology.
Of course, they've got to be different. I heard of that about Newcastle. They're also doing 3 trimesters. Right, everybody out there, we're going to stop the poll. This does work. How amazing. Okay, so the poll results are that we're going to talk about Mason's work to start with, followed up by the community animal wildlife rescue. And it seems that the freshwater, there's mostly freshwater people here, but they've had enough of freshwater for the time being. That's going to come up last. How does that sound for you, mate?
Sounds completely fine. I've just come from work, so I'm used to talking about it.
Okay, so shall I share the screen?
Sounds good.
And you can we'll jump onto your work's Facebook page.
Mm-hmm.
And as we're just having a little bit of a look around without hitting any of these reels, do you want to just tell us a little bit how you got involved with this establishment and what it actually is?
So I originally got involved, well, very originally, I did work placement there, or work experience there in high school. so a work of working for free in high school, which was cool. It was really fun. Got to see a lot of cool stuff. Then fast forward, I'm now in uni. I've recently gotten my license and started a business for snake catching. And at Irukandji, we have a marine rescue called Sea Shelter. So I came in thinking, well, seeing if I could get some volunteer work, helping them out with the sea snakes. And long story short, instead of volunteer work, I ended up with a job.
Well, was that a good thing?
That's a very good thing. I was rather fortunate with that.
Okay. So I'd never heard of the Irukandji shark and ray encounters.
Yep.
Not that I get down around Newcastle all that much. But what happens at the aquarium or the I don't know what you call it, the experience, and what do you do there?
So we're a very hands-on facility. Basically, we have these two main big lagoons where people are actually able to stand ankle deep, or if they hire a wetsuit a bit further in, and have the stingrays swim around their feet, where they're talking about them, handing them food. They can feed them off these pegs. And yeah, our main thing is it's education, breaking down a lot of the fear people have, a lot of the misunderstanding that people have, and sort of allowing them to actually make emotional connections with the animals, because a lot of aquariums they're almost like a gallery. You walk in, you see these awesome things, and mind you, I love aquariums. You see these awesome animals, but you don't really get to have that connection. You can't see, touch, or feel anything. So it's very difficult for people to care because they can't actually have that connection formed.
Yeah.
So that's where I think it is really valuable that we are quite hands-on. Obviously, we have staff in the water with the people, with the public. So we're making sure people aren't doing anything dodgy. We have them watch a safety video before they come in. We have someone greet them to say, all right, here's where everything is. This is where you'll go. This is what you'll do.
Shall I?
Sorry.
Go.
Yep.
Go.
My role there, my job title is assistant aquarist, but we all basically do very similar things. All of the staff that are on the floor, depending on the role we're on each day.
So Mason, I'll play a couple of these reels. I hope they won't be too loud. So is that the kind of thing that you do? Do you are you? How do I pause this? Are you one of the lovely wetsuited up people that are taking?
Exactly
guests?
right. Yeah, I'm a fish keeper.
Right.
Yeah, I'm one of the fish keepers. And depending on what role I'm on, I either do private encounters or public work, both. Yeah.
Okay, that's very cool.
So that right there, that's the zebra shark encounter. That's one of the ones that I'll be doing depending on the role I'm on.
This one here?
That is the reef shark encounter, that first one that was on there. I don't do that role.
Sorry, the first one was what?
The reef shark encounter, although that is a tawny nurse shark, they're in the same lagoon as the white-tip reef sharks.
Right.
Yeah. So
I was trying to figure out what that shark was. That one there. I thought, what is that shark?
That's a tawny nurse shark. And who was that? Looked like either Houdini or Mungo, but I could be getting that incredibly wrong. I don't work with those sharks very often.
So to clarify, are these sharks and rays that are at the facility, are they ones that have been generally injured or brought into care, or are they ones that have been purchased, they've been collected or caught or bred in some cases, and they're specifically for both display but also interaction?
It varies. So some of them, actually quite a few of them, from the old facility. So the current owner bought it from obviously the previous owner, and the previous owner didn't have amazing record keeping skills. So a lot of the origins of some of the animals, quite a number of the animals, we don't really know. Some may have been brought in from other aquariums. Some may have been wild collected. But for the most part there, a lot we bred ourselves. Some came from other aquariums. So all those tawny nurse sharks, they were from the original facility. We did move facilities about 6 or 7 years ago before I was there. I've been there for about a year now. Don't know if I already mentioned that. Some have been wild collected, like some of our zebra sharks, which they're for a breeding program. So that does make sense. Many others are captive bred. Some captive bred by us. So, for example, some of our epaulet sharks, a lot of our blue-spotted mask stingrays, a lot of the brown-banded bamboo sharks as well. Yeah, so it differs. A lot from other aquariums, captive bred, a few from the wild.
Oh, yeah, there's our leopard shark or zebra shark.
Yeah.
Do you want to give us...
Who's that? That's Cleo.
Cleo, okay. And these are white tip reef sharks?
Correct.
Okay. Mason, it looks like you've got it. There's obviously a large outdoor lagoon, and somewhere here there's the footage of, here we go, of what looks like to be an inside lagoon, which I guess is to trap heat. Do you want to give us a rundown of, are they the two main water bodies? By the way, guys, Mason's got his own footage with some filtration pictures and some skimmers and some macro algae scrubbers and stuff. So we'll go through that. But Mason, do you want to give us a rundown what is the main lagoons at the facility?
So the lagoon we were just looking at there, the one that's indoors in a big shed, that is our tropical lagoon. So that houses most of the critters from northern Australia and through the Indo-Pacific. So as tropical, it is warmer. And then the outdoor lagoon, we call that the Fingal Lagoon. Excuse me. That is the more temperate lagoon that has very minimal heating and chilling going on. It has a little bit, but very minimal.
Is that the outside one, or I can't tell?
No, that's the tropical lagoon. So where you see zebra sharks, that's tropical.
Okay.
So the main ones, so the zebra sharks, the tawny nurse sharks, white tip reef sharks, those are all in the tropical lagoon. That's the outdoor lagoon. That's Melco Okaben.
Okay. So what species, what I'm interested in is trying to find out a little bit about the, if you've been finding some temperature tolerances that are quite interesting with different species, and also what temperature that the water's running in wintertime, how it's being controlled. If zebra and leopard sharks, for example, are out here off coughs where the water gets down to 20 degrees in the wintertime. So they will, I don't know what temperature that outdoor one runs at.
Zebras off coughs?
Yep.
That's cool. All right. That's new information.
North Sultry Island.
That's cool. So I was at the Fingal Lagoon today, and it was running at about 18 degrees. So we calculate that with a pretty substantial heater chiller unit. And we do let them fluctuate quite a bit with natural environment, natural seasons. More so the temperate Fingal outdoor lagoon compared to the tropical. Obviously, tropical, we want it to stay a bit warmer for the animals.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what temperatures the tropical lagoon is getting at the minute. I think last time I was over there, it was 22, something like that. So still down there.
And the outdoor one's 18. So you're saying that they need to, sorry, is that right?
That was today. 18 today.
And you're saying that that you guys run a bit of a supplementary heating to try and keep it up at 18, do you?
We do run supplementary heating, definitely for the tropical lagoon. in the temperate lagoon, we have it more as a safeguard. I don't know the owner's exact thought process behind it, but yeah, it'd be more of a safeguard. Potentially, even though we let it drop down, if it gets too ridiculously low or too ridiculously high, we can kick it on or off.
Yeah. Okay.
Temperature,
All right.
that is.
And obviously, with the tropical one, you're not running any coral, so running it at the
We do
lower.
have some nodarians in there, some magnifica anemones.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so 2 rather large, magnificent sea anemones. They're rather cool.
And they're at 22 degrees.
Yeah.
Wow.
I believe that was the temperature. Don't quote me on that.
Yeah. Okay. Because it's interesting because I listen to a lot of overseas folk, reef keepers, and that they'll be stressing about a temperature difference of 24 to 26 degrees. And I'm just thinking, like,
imagine what they deal with in the wild.
Well, yeah, I know.
Like, imagine the temperature shifts they have on the reef.
I think Australians are a bit more lax when it comes to temperature differences, and certainly I do run my tanks at the lower end in the winter time to try and save heating, and at the warmer end in the summertime to try and save cooling. So it's just interesting. Like magnificas are 22 degrees. There you go. So I've got some. You've given me a whole bunch of footage tonight, which is fantastic. By the way. Oh, mate, there's stacks. By the way, anyone out there that's got questions for Mason, just send them into the chat. And if I miss them, please ask them again. Because we'll see. Here we go. The Ginger Ninjas asked a question about venomous snakes, but we haven't quite got there yet, mate. So I'm just going to star that one there. Yeah. Anyway, just keep asking if I forget about it or remind me, because I want to make sure you get your questions answered. Another one about reptiles. We still haven't got to that yet either. G'day, John Maud over in Alice Springs.
Everyone's keen.
Everyone is keen. Righto. So I'm going to put your footage from work up, and then feel free to have a chat over the top. I'll try and turn the volume off. And there we go. Feel free to let us know what's going on.
So that handsome devil there, his name is Lorenzo. He's a reticulate whipray, Hemantra warnack. He's the only one of his species that we have at the minute. He's in the tropical lagoon. This footage I've got here, so there's also unicorn surgeonfish, there's emperor angels, giant shovelnose ray over there. So this footage here is actually from a study I was doing at uni. So Lorenzo there, he is known by the keepers to just be a giant wimp. He's a very soft, sweet-hearted animal, and the bamboo sharks that are in there tend to frighten him quite a bit. And when he comes up to get the food during the public encounters, which is his scheduled feeding sessions, if there's a bamboo shark where he's supposed to be, he will just go, nah, not having it. So I had a course in uni last semester gone about animal behavior, and I wanted to see, we were designing our own project, and I wanted to see, well, we know he's a giant wimp. Is this actually affecting him negatively, significantly enough where we should be intervening? And long story short, no, it's not. They are a very shy species, and I found some literature that did support that for wild whiprays as well. He spent very little time actually interacting with other species, full stop. And I basically identified 3 different behaviors of interest, either a full retreat, slowing down his movement, or no retreat at all. And that would indicate where he's feeling uncomfortable enough with the other species interacting with him to retreat or not. And it was a large portion was no retreat at all, so it just didn't bother him. I think it was over 50%. And I don't recall what the actual percentage was, but it was I think it was even less than 25% of the interactions he had with other animals caused him to retreat. And I ran some stats with that, and it found there was no
sharks. Sorry, mate. Was it specifically the sharks that were causing him the worry?
So I identified, I think it was 4 species. Yeah, it was 4 different species that I found he was interacting with. So it was the giant shovel-nosed rays, the zebra sharks, the bamboo sharks, and the blue-spotted fantail stingrays. And I think it was the bamboo sharks he was interacting with the most, followed by the zebra sharks. So the most active species, that makes sense.
Yeah. Okay. Are they at all related to the ones which are isn't there a whiptail, a freshwater whiptail ray up in north?
Yes,
northern
they are in the genus Hamantra. Yes, I believe so.
Okay. Question for you: how big is a shovel-nosed shark in the background?
Big. So that will either be shadow or misty. I can't tell from that photo or that footage. I actually don't know the exact measurements, but they're easily 2 meters, 2 point something.
Okay. And now this is not the clearest of photos, but from what I gather, this is a dirty big groper.
It is. Do you know what species?
It looks like an estuary cod.
It's actually a black rock cod, so the critically endangered species.
Yeah.
So his name is Rocket. He came to us from, was it Sydney Sea Life? It was one of the Sydney aquariums. And he, as well as a bunch of other juveniles, as I believe I was told, were part of a research project. And they were grown up for quite a number of years until they reached about 20 kilos, until their sex changed.
Mm-hmm.
And the males aren't very friendly. So they started fighting, and then the aquarium called us and said, hey, let's, do you want one? Like, they're all fighting. We need to get rid of them. And we're just like, yeah, duh, obviously we want rock cod. They're awesome. And critically endangered. So we are, I believe, only the second aquarium in the world to have one of these animals. The other is, I believe, Sydney Sea Life. Okay.
And he's obviously in your outdoor lagoon?
Yeah, so he's in the outdoor, we call it the Fingal Lagoon.
Fingal, okay.
Fingal is so Fingil, so Fingal. But also Fingal Bay is an area in Port Stephens as well.
Right. I love these guys. I see them up here, and I've wanted to keep them, but they get a bit too big and they get a lot bigger than what people think. Hang on, I'm going to go back.
Yeah. The male's not too much. The male's not too bad, but the females, yeah, they get pretty decent.
Because this is the blue spot mask ray.
Yes.
Which I guess for many who want to get into saltwater rays in Australia are I hate to say poor man's version of a blue spot stingray. But these guys,
riders don't recommend it. Most people don't have a big enough tank.
Yeah. The females in these, what's the largest disc diameter that you've got for your female down there?
Eyeballing it, easily 60 centimeters.
Yeah.
Easily
60 mil. Even I caught one. I netted one down in Coffs Harbour. I wasn't going to bring it home, but I netted it because I was, shits and giggles, and just to get a closer look. And it was big. It filled. It actually didn't even fill the net. It spilled out of the net. I was low tide, in a shallow this beach area. And the interesting thing about it was kind of, I'm not going to say hissing, but it was making some sort of noise at me. It was really quite weird.
Out of the water?
Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah. So that's probably them pushing water or air through the spiracles and making some ghastly noise. That's more than likely just them trying to breathe because they're sucking in air.
Oh, okay. I thought it was pissed off with me, which it probably was.
That would be interesting if they made a pissed off noise.
Well, it could have just been breathing. I've got a question for you so obviously those mask rays are in your outdoor lagoon.
Mm-hmm.
Do you? I don't think you do, but do you de-spine the rays or clip them for the public?
No, none. There's no point.
I didn't think so, but then it obviously grow back. But I do. I have become aware of some of those. You see those beach locations in the South Pacific, and they go on about their rays, and I think they yank the spines out of the
that's not ecotourism.
Yeah, but do you? Is there ever any, danger to people that might be a little bit too erratic with their movements? Is that part of the disclosure that they sign when they go into the encounter?
Look, no, not really. We've never had anyone stung. I believe, I could be making this up, but one of my co-workers who used to work with us, I believe he actually stepped on a shed spine once, on a shed barb rather, and gave a little bit of a poke, but I don't think it did anything. No, we've never had anyone stung. We're very, very poignant on shuffle your feet in the water, don't touch the tails, don't touch the eyes. Even if you were to step on one of the animals, they're probably just going to swim off anyway, excuse me, because they're so habituated to people. I've accidentally trod on the very side of them before, and they don't do anything.
Okay.
Obviously, if you were going to grab one and try to pick it up, it'll probably do something. Same way if you try to hurt your dog, it'll probably bite you. But it's not going to do anything.
Do you have any of the stingerees down there?
No, we don't.
Because I found them to be a little bit more cantankerous. Is that the word? A little bit more inclined to raise their tail up and
I believe we used to have them. I think they may have gone to another aquarium. I'm not sure. Way before my time. I do have a mate who used to keep some common stingeree, and he loved them to bits. He thought they were awesome.
Very cool. All right, what do we got here, mate?
This is a bloody big turtle. So that girl there, she came in a decent while back. That's her being released. So at Irukandji, we have Sea Shelter, which is a marine rescue. And that turtle came in. Did anyone tell the turtle it can't park there? That's pretty good. You should have tried to lift it out of that bloody car. Can't keep a turtle in your boot. You're right, we can't do that. That's why I was only there for a little bit. But she came in at, I believe it was 92 kilos and was released at 120. So she was severely underweight when she came in.
Yeah.
Her shell length was, I believe, bang on 1 meter. So she was a big turtle.
Yeah.
The owner, who's been doing this for 15 odd years, there he is in frame there, actually said that was the biggest turtle he's had come through Sea Shelter.
Okay. Well, I actually reached out. Well, I didn't reach out. I got a message from Tigger Cross from the Coast Wildlife Sanctuary today about some aquarium-related stuff, and I mentioned that you were on tonight, and that I thought that the Irukandji and the Coast Wildlife Sanctuary had done some sort of collaboration with turtles in the past. And
I think we have. I'm not 100% sure. I think we have at some point.
What have we got here, mate?
So this here, I believe this was Frank. Frank is a yellow belly sea snake that I rescued from one of the local beaches. Got a call either through the local rescue group or on my personal snake catching business page. There's a sea snake on the beach, and luckily I work at a marine rescue. So I went down, picked him off the beach, took him to our local vet, who we did a x-ray on to make sure there's no breaks or anything. All was well, so we took him to the marine rescue, and started doing some rehab stuff. So that photo where I was holding him, that was him tubing. So that's on the x-ray table there. They're a beautiful snake, aren't they?
Yeah, he looks very dehydrated there.
Not really. They're just very floppy skinned. They're not designed to be out of water sea snakes. I'm not sure if you know much about them, but they're when they're on land, they're sort of just like a wet sock. So they need the water to actually support their body. And they're very slow on land.
I haven't had a lot. Well, I've only had one experience with a sea snake, and that's when we found one on a beach up in just north of Coffs, and we took it down to the Coffs Wildlife Sanctuary, and I think that was last year, and they basically just held it in fresh water for I think overnight at warm temperatures to sort of rehydrate it and cleaned it up a bit, and yeah, it was a bit of stormy. Yeah, a bit of stormy weather, so I think that might have got it off course a little bit.
Yeah, so sea snakes, when they wash up on the beach, it's never a good thing. They're always sick. The ones we have around here is predominantly yellow belly sea snakes, but everyone I've seen has mouth infection. So they're sick from either infection, they've been battered around by a storm, and they don't have the strength to swim. So when people go and try to pick them up and chuck them back in the water, they don't realize it's not strong enough to swim. It's just going to get battered by the waves, and it's probably going to die or be way worse off. But also, if someone goes and picks it up by the tail, like tailing it like you would a land snake, as I said, their body's not designed to be out of the water. So what you've just done is caused massive internal injuries. So for anyone out there, if you do find a sea snake on the beach, don't touch it. Call a wildlife rescue, a snake catcher or something like that, and let them know where it is. Have someone will be able to get out there for it and get it some help.
Mate, I've got a couple of questions I'll ask you before we get to distant from it. The bearded reefer says, "Hey Mason, do you have any personal views on coral bleaching? Do you think runoff pollution is a major contributor?"
I've done some studies at uni and research for uni assignments regarding effluent runoff and pollution, and especially fertilizer runoff up north, contributing to bleaching. It leads to a whole lot of eutrophication of the waterways, and when the reef is close, I believe they have been known to coincide with bleaching events. So yeah, it's definitely an issue. It's definitely a thing, and if we can mitigate the amount of effluent runoff and nutrient runoff into the ocean and other waterways, it can only be a good thing. It actually going into the waterway can't be a good thing.
No, when I was living in just outside of Mission Beach, cane harvest was every springtime, and so obviously all the cane paddocks get put down to bare stubble, and then if they're replanting, they plough up all the paddocks and refertilise them all, and that coincides pretty much. They try and get it all desperately done before December, because that's when it starts pissing down with rain. So what happens to all those cane paddocks? And they've all got drains around them, cane drains that are all around them in grids. And those cane drains act as, well, drains, and they eventually discharge into the creek, and the creek into the river, and the river into the ocean. Mate, what do sea snakes feel like when they're held?
A bit like a wet sock. So their skin's very loose and baggy, and that's partly because they're eating fish. So when they grab a fish, they sort of wrap it, and they need to have loose, baggy skin that is the scales are quite keeled and quite rough to the touch, and that helps with grip onto those fish when they curl around them, so they can hold on to them properly. Yeah, so rough, very baggy skin. Yeah.
All right. Now, is this the outdoor lagoon?
Yes, that was taken this morning.
Beautiful.
Yeah, this is the outdoor lagoon. So the main big lagoon, both lagoons are about 1 million litres each.
Wow. So what's the depth in the middle there? What's the depth?
So in the deep section is about 3 metres deep.
Really? Doesn't look that deep. I mean, is that down this far end or in this major area where the water flow is?
So you see the beach where we are here at the front?
Yep.
Right at the back. So where the pipes the downpipes are going into the back.
Yep.
That's a straight wall down, and that's about 3 meters.
Wow. Okay. And what animals are kept in this one?
So these are the blue-spotted mask stingrays, southern eagle stingrays, eastern fiddler rays, smooth stingrays, sea turtle, named Patricia. She's really cool. And black rock cod. There are also a couple Port Jackson sharks in here, in the main big lagoon here. There's a big school of Australian stripies, a few mullets, a bream or two. The mullet and the bream came in as larvae when we were first filling up the tank. Amazingly, they made it through. And I believe that's all.
So
yeah, I believe it.
I've got 2 questions for you.
Go ahead.
The first is, and we're going to see a bit about the filtration in the facility in a sec. But my first question is, because I have thought about outdoor saltwater ponds, and a lot of people will have seen Julian Sprung's outdoor little geometric pond by his front door with the zoanthus and clams and a mangrove. And
I haven't, but that's awesome.
Okay, that's worth looking at on YouTube. And the topic about maintaining salinity comes up.
Yep.
How on earth do you maintain the salinity in this unless it's open? Is it open to the ocean?
No, it is not. As far as I know, topping up with salt water is what we do to maintain salinity.
But that means, though, it will still slowly drift to a freshwater state.
Topping up with salt water?
Yeah.
You'll have to enlighten me. I'm not sure the debate of in outdoor lagoons losing salinity.
If you were to top up with artificial salt, like pure salt, then that would you mean top off with salt water as opposed to topping off with fresh water for evaporation?
Exactly right.
Gotcha. So are you having to do is that like a daily salinity check on that?
Yeah, so we have probes in the lagoons that run to a computer system every morning, depending on the role at either lagoon. One of the staff members will check the salinity, temperature, the ammonia, what else, pH, a few other things. Yeah, so it's every day we're checking. And if on that computer system, if any parameters go out of a set range, it sends an immediate alert to the owner and I believe the vets too.
So, okay. Senor Ding Dong's got a question here about what happens when it rains really hard. Where does the water go to? But I've got a follow-on question after you answer this one.
Honestly, that's a great question. I'm not 100% sure if we've had enough rain for it to really overflow because it's a bloody big lagoon. I believe we just let it top up with the rainwater and then back flush with more salt. And I believe the owner will actually top up our water holding tanks with more artificial salt to go hyper saline to increase salinity in those situations.
So and this is my question, I don't know what it's like down Newcastle way, but up here at Coffs, it can piss down at times for
pissing down today.
A good 24 to 48 hours. It can just, or not even piss down, but you can have rain all week.
Mm-hmm.
Does that mean, surely that means that the salinity is going to fluctuate, it's going to dip?
Look, I believe there's a bit of fluctuation. The better person to talk to about this would be the owner. I'm not working with the filtration system enough and that sort of thing enough. That's mainly his deal to know how he maintains all of that. I can give you the basics, which I've basically just done.
Yeah.
Because
you think obviously during
thought about outdoor saltwater ponds, Gwilly.
You think during a long wet weather event, obviously you're going to have a lot less evaporation, which means you won't need to top off or top up the volume as such. So if you were to try and combat the rain with putting salt water in, you're going to overflow your pond, basically.
Yeah, it definitely does stand to reason that would happen. Again, I'm not exactly sure how my boss arranges that.
Yeah, okay. I remember Julian Sprung was saying that during just average rain, and because his pond had a very slow flow through it from a little sump next to it, the return pump was really quite small. And so there wasn't really a lot of surface agitation on his pond. There was obviously a small overflow going down into his little sump. The sump was like a 2-foot tank buried in the ground next to it. And he was saying that when it rained, the fresh water would float on top. And then that fresh water on top would flow down over the overflow and basically discharge to drain from the sump. But I'm seeing a lot of water agitation and flow going on there.
There is a lot of water agitation. Yeah, that's definitely not going to happen. The fresh is definitely not going to sit on the top. I did see a comment from Prouty, volume being so huge, doubt rain would make a difference fluctuate. Yeah, you're exactly right.
Yeah. Okay. Here we go. What does Senor Ding Dong say? Used to have a pool and the rain was enough to mess that up. Never mind something housing sharks. It's true though. Same with my pool. So he must have a good system. But then again, Reef HQ was open air. Okay. Are you able to find out from us, Mason, if there's pallets of bags of salt in the facility, and if that's what it is?
90% sure there's not. 90% sure there's not.
Apparently, Quaid says that you've got to call your boss now to find out the answer. We won't know.
He's camping with the kids, so no can do.
All right, let's keep playing this. Oh, this is really cool. What's that, mate?
So this is the green algae barrel. So it's basically a refugium. That barrel crate thing is on a motor that rotates, and that macroalgae on it, that's ulva, and it grows in the intertidal zone. So waves crashing up and over it, off it, exposing it to the air and water over the day. So that's essentially replicating how that grows in the wild. And so not only is that helping to scrub nutrients, but it is also food for our turtles.
Yeah. Oh, is that the reason why? There was a choice of using ulva as opposed to doing like a turf algae scrubber? Because you could actually harvest this for food, whereas a turf algae you can't really harvest as such.
I'm not 100% sure if that was the logic. I wasn't here when this was built, but that definitely does stand to reason. Because got to make the algae, so why not use shark and stingray crap to make it?
Yeah. All right.
Turtle's got to eat.
I love that. Dirty big protein skimmer.
Big skimmer. That's, oh God, how big is that thing? I don't even know. It's taller than that awning roof there, which is a sort of standard height for a ceiling. So it's massive.
And what are these storage facilities for, mate?
So these are actually part of the filtration system. So the blue barrel behind the one that's poking out a little bit, you can only just see the side of it. That is basically a giant foam fractionator. I asked the boss about this morning because I'm not all that well versed with his filtration systems. He built it all himself.
Right. Okay.
The next one is a big UV unit. So that's the one that's closest to the pole on this side, the one protruding out, big barrel. And then the water tank closest to us with the white water tank up the top there, that is a giant trickle filter.
Oh, okay. So you got your biological, then you've got your UV, then you've got your protein skimming.
Yep.
And Do I see? Have you got sand filters in there for clarity at all? Or
There are a couple sand filters on there, yes. So they're in the back.
right? Very cool. Very cool. Which is exactly what Senor Ding Dong says.
It is a very cool system.
Comment
There is
here.
more to the filtration system that's just behind. I didn't manage to get photos of it.
Okay. There is an above-ground outdoor reef pond at James Cook University in which they use a natural mangrove system. Would this be something worth looking into or too expensive? Maybe. I don't think mangroves would do enough filtration unless they were massive.
That would definitely be really interesting and a really cool talking piece. But if you're thinking something like red mangroves, we just aren't warm enough where we are, I believe. We do have native species of mangroves around here that definitely could go well, but then you got to look at, all right, what legislation do you need to actually collect them, or how can we get them? Which there could be a way to do it. It would be expensive, yes, and it would be awesome to do.
I wonder if you know how you can use things like Vallisneria as a freshwater version of a refugium or a scrubber, I guess, for a freshwater tank. It'd be interesting to see if seagrass would grow fast enough in an attached refugium area, and that way you could harvest it and feed the turtles.
I remember talking to the boss about turtles and seagrass, and he mentioned that in a lot of the gut contents that he'd seen from dead and deceased turtles, there wasn't a lot of seagrass at all. It was all pieces of algae. And he was thinking that, and he also threw a few other bits of evidence or information at me that I don't recall. He was thinking they're more eating the algae off the seagrass and the stuff that's on the seagrass rather than the seagrass itself, which there's probably papers about that. That's a bit of anecdotal evidence from me.
Yeah.
That's as far as harvesting seagrass for the turtles. And either way, I'm not sure how easy seagrass is to grow in aquariums. Have you ever tried it?
Well, I'll preface that by saying that it is illegal to harvest or to collect or to interfere with seagrass in Australian waters. The answer to that question is maybe, but we won't go there.
I do recall Cairns Marine had seagrass on their list for sale once, a few years back.
Really?
Quite a few years back, yeah, actually.
Wow. Okay. I mean, it's crazy in a way because every guy that pulls up a boat and cleans their motor off, they're chucking off seagrass and stuff all the time. And you know, they're a true plant, so they do have seeds, and so they can be propagated by seeds. So it'd be really cool, really cool to play with different seagrasses in a.
I'd be curious to see if sea turtles eat calopa at all, because that would be a much easier way if Brady on the same wavelengths, mate.
Well, and there's it's a grape calopa which is grown over in the muddy ponds in Southeast Asia.
Okay.
For the human consumption market. I don't know what the Asian word for that calopa is. It's got some sort of name to it. You can buy it down at the Coffs Harbour Fishing Co-op.
Yeah.
So I wonder if turtles would eat calopa.
Yeah, I have thought about it, and that'd be cool. Is taxifolia, is that the feather calopa that's highly invasive basically around the world?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are we allowed to keep that in an aquarium, or is that another one of the noxious weed ones?
I don't know. Does anyone out there know if we're allowed to keep taxifolia in Australia? So there's another one which is considered to be a weed, which is Calopa filiformis, and that would grow down where your way is. It's found in South Africa. It's found in South America, and it just so happens to be found from about Ballina down to the Sydney area on the east coast of Australia. It's really specific. There's really strange locations, which makes people think. I mean, the government doesn't really know, but it's been listed as a actual weed in the
Yeah, okay. I remember on
it looks like eelgrass. You know, just doing that off the beaches of Cronulla.
Oh, okay. All right.
Looks like
I remember we've got plenty of around here, calopa. I don't know what species it is. It grows on the rocks and does the eelgrassy movement. I think you may have kept it in a tank once.
That's it.
Oh, that's filiformis.
Yep.
Okay. All right. That's all over our local intertidal and rock pool zones.
Beautiful.
On the uni trip, I did find taxifolia in some local, what are they called? Like swimming pools with a break wall on either side.
Yeah.
Thanks for the bad news, Brady.
Yeah. The monsoon mangroves are the red mangrove. So I think naturally they only grow as far. Supposedly they'll come down as far south as the what's the river at Ballina and Yamba? That's Clarence. So the Richmond. Okay. The Richmond, supposedly. But I've looked around there, haven't seen any. The time I've seen most of red mangroves have been up around Caloundra and the Sunshine Coast and further north. So, I don't reckon they'd handle your outside temperatures down there.
I think I actually did order one from Cairns Marine once when I was a much younger fish keeper and tried to put it in a freshwater pond to see what happened. It died in winter.
I wonder if if what the Americans call a red mangrove over there, which is it Rhizophora mangle, I think, from Florida, is the same species as the red mangrove in Australia. Because I have heard of Americans over there, keeping them both in saltwater, brackish water, and freshwater. In fact,
and that was my logic for trying to keep it in a freshwater pond here.
I think that's what Jake Adams did with that cube mangrove tank with the soft corals and the Kessel lights he had above it. Back in the day. Gab says red mangroves in Brisbane. Yeah, well, that's supposedly down as far as Ballina, I guess. Any breeding programs at work, mate?
Yes, there's a rather exciting one. So we are a part of the STAR project, which is a breeding program for our zebra sharks, Stegostoma tigrinum. So in Indonesia, they're considered functionally extinct. Okay. And there's a organization over there called STAR, which do reintroduction programs. So we're the 12th accredited breeding facility around the world for zebra sharks to send eggs back to Indonesia, where they will hatch them, and where we send them, it is actually the same facility as an old shark finning village. So they've gone for a complete 180, killing sharks to literally repopulating them. We sent back 3 eggs late last year to Indonesia, laid by Nova, one of our beautiful zebra sharks. And then earlier this year, we got confirmation that at least 2 of them hatched. We got to name the first little baby Orion, so that was cool. And then
what was the name?
Orion. So star constellation, their patterns look like stars. And actually, the zebra shark that you would have shown on the Facebook page that was up earlier on, the juvenile zebra shark, that would have been him. So we only posted about him earlier because we got some update footages of him. His colors and patterns are changing. And so Star Project, not only do they do reintroduction, so they hatch the eggs, they raise them in tanks and then sea pens and then reintroduce them. They also do a lot of replacing the dynamite fishing with ecotourism. It's really cool. So we're really excited to be a part of that one.
I'm just trying to find. Well, there's some babies. Yes, please, baby. I had a comment there. We have any photos of the zebra sharks? Oh, here's a very baby.
I'm not sure if I got any.
No, this is. Am I sharing the screen?
you've got Lorenzo the whip ray up there right now
I do.
in all his glory.
I've got Lorenzo the whip. Oh, what is going on? Technology for you. It's his fault. Share
He's a
screen.
stunning bird, by the way.
Share. Am I sharing the screen now?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. So here we've got a baby.
Yep, that is Orion. So that's our little baby.
Very cool.
And then the one at the top there, that's the same animal.
A little bit bigger. And somewhere we're going to have the biggies.
Larger zebries.
There.
So how many zebra sharks do we have? We've got 5, 6, I believe. 4 girls, 2 boys. Yeah. Yeah.
Do you think that it's a little bit crazy that they are available for sale in the American pet trade?
I think it's absolutely ridiculous.
It's taking the monster fish thing to a whole new level, isn't it?
It's not even monster fish. It's stupidity. A private keeper having that sort of thing, unless they have, like, even bigger than a Polo Reef tank, like that, even bigger than that size tank, it's just not feasible. Like, they're 2-point-something meter sharks.
Well, there's an adult emperor angelfish down by its tail there.
Yeah, exactly.
And most people won't be able to keep, or most people probably shouldn't be keeping that in the aquarium hobby unless they've got at least a 8-foot tank.
Yeah. I don't believe any keep. Like, the tropical lagoon that they're in is 10 meters wide. So it's separated into, the lagoon is separated by a big partition, and it's 10 meters wide by 17 or so. Yeah, 10 meters wide by so big, and you wouldn't want to have any more than what's in there, which is maybe 4 at a time, because they just cruise and cruise. Like, they do sleep quite a bit, but the amount they cruise, if they were in a smaller tank long term, it's just cruel.
So they're not like a wobbegong, which can get to be 8 foot, but just sleeps under a ledge all day and almost all night.
I'm not going to advocate for anyone keeping that size of an animal, but something like a wobbegong, like a northern wobbegong that only get 4 foot long, something like that.
I don't think they get that big, do they? And if they do, they probably take forever to get that big.
Yeah, exactly. So something like that is much more feasible than a bamboo shark that are so much more active. And like, I don't even think most people are able to keep bamboo sharks long term. Like, the amount those animals move is ridiculous. Like, they could get the other side of the, for lack of a definite measurement, they get to the other side of a roughly 20-meter lagoon in like that. Like, they can move. So you put it in an 8-foot tank, and what's its life?
Mate, I've seen my triggerfish, wedge-tail triggerfish, go from one end of my 12-foot tank to the other in like you're saying, just like that. And it's like, fuck.
Does that sort of thing make you reevaluate keeping that animal?
Not that particular species, because that triggerfish only grows to 25, 30 centimeters max. And at the moment, it's probably 10, 12 centimeters. And I caught it as a tiny one, and it's taken probably 4 years to get that big.
Yeah, okay.
Incredibly slow grower.
Okay. We've got a couple of Picasso triggerfish in the tropical lagoon, and they just go past all the time. Yeah. And whenever people see them, they're just like, oh my God, what's that little thing? Because it's just this bright little pop of color just zooming past. And they move.
So that they do. Well, they're in the same. So that's a Rhinacanthus genus. So that's the same genus as the wedge tail. And funnily enough, I was with the Great Bearded Reefer and myself. We were out at Wagulga, and there's Picasso triggers over there at the moment in water that we had to get out of with our wetsuits on because we were just too cold.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Part of the lagoons.
Now, what do we got here? Just some comments to go through, mate. Would be interesting to see how the process of acclimating a juvenile zebra or leopard shark from captive waters in Australia to captive parameters in Indo and into the open ocean.
Well, we send them as eggs. So we send them as eggs, which I'd assume they'd be a lot hardier. But I could only assume it would be very similar to acclimating any other fish or live marine organism into other waterways. Slow drip from the water they're held in into the new water. And I believe they're on the water, so they use active seawater. They use seawater straight from the ocean in their holding tanks anyway. It may even be a flow-through system, which don't quite know that. Maybe.
What'd you feed them?
A lot. Put it simply, they eat a lot. Prawns, squid, pilchard, mullet, whiting, bonito, soft shell crab. What else? Yeah, a lot. Yellowtail, slimy mackerel.
Excuse me. Sorry. Excuse me, everybody. That brings me to a question, though. And I've got a bit of theory about this myself, and I'm playing a little bit with it. You've got large predatory species in both lagoons, and you've also got smaller fish in both lagoons. And that's something that I like to dabble with in large home aquariums.
Mm-hmm.
How have you found? Do you find any predation occurring?
Not really. If there is, it is because whatever the small fish has fallen ill for some reason, which we have a very extensive quarantining regime we go through for any new animals. So the main larger predatory fish are extremely well fed, and all of the smaller fish are very healthy and quick, fat and happy. So the larger animals just don't need to try and eat them. The last group of smaller fish we put in was a group of copper-banded butterfly fish, which were quarantined up at Cairns Marine for us, and they went in at night. So the animals were a little bit less active, a little bit more subdued. But the other side of the tropical lagoon, where there was white-tip reef sharks and tawny nurse sharks, the copper bands went in with a bunch of the zebra sharks, bamboo sharks, epaulets. The tawny nurse sharks and the white tips were going nuts because they could smell all the stress hormones.
Okay.
All these copper bands had just gotten off the plane from Cairns Marine, and they're going into this new tank. And the white tips and whatnot were going nuts.
So if you would have put them into that side, they would have been annihilated straight away.
I reckon, yeah.
But the zebra sharks and the tawnies didn't react.
Nah. The tawnies were up and out because they were on the side with the white tips. The tawnies were up and moving quite a bit, but that's probably more because the white tips were getting them all excited. Yeah.
It's funny. I also think that fish get lazy, and they get accustomed to being fed a certain way.
Yep.
And they sort of I'll give you a prime example, and I'm just so curious about this, but I'm in the process of replanting, renovating whatever my Saratoga tank, the 12 foot by 4 foot. And the reason being is because I finally pulled out the mullet because they just decimated all the live plants. Without the plants, I got algae growing on the driftwood. It was just, so I pulled the mullet out. They're going down to the dam. And I thought, right, now's the time to do a big replant and a renovation. Mm-hmm. And I thought I only had 2 rainbow fish in there. I used to have a lot more. And what happened was when I went to Tasmania, I didn't ask my daughter to feed cockroaches to my Saratoga because I thought that might be a bit too much.
Okay.
I thought it'll be fine for a couple of weeks while I'm away. And I came home and pretty much all the rainbows, were gone except for 2.
Wow.
That was in February. It's now July. Those 2 rainbows are still there because I feed the Saratoga.
Yeah.
Now there's
Sounds
also
like what we do at work.
Yeah. There's also five sooty grunters in there, which are about 25 centimeters long. And there's also 3 bar grunters in there, which are about 15 centimeters long. And I thought, I really want to get some checkered rainbows or some trifasciatas or just some of those real big growing guys in there. But for shits and giggles, I thought I'll take some traps out to the Urara Valley and I'll set some traps and see if I can pick up some more crimson spot rainbows. That's what the 2 are that are in there at the moment. And what I came back with, it seems here in the wintertime, the large crimson spots die before the winter because during winter and in spring, you only find tiny juveniles and stacks of
the other way.
It's bizarre. It happens every year. I never find large crimson spots until the end of summer.
Okay.
Winter, spring, the crimson spots are almost the same size as the Pacific blue eyes. That's the size they are. Anyway, so I set my traps and I brought home a fairly healthy group of blue eyes and some juvenile crimson spots. I put them in there. You know what? Like, I got sooty grunters this big. They don't care.
Really?
They have not gone for them at all.
That's
I've got
awesome.
the Saratoga, which is like this. I saw him. I did see him the first night when the blue eyes are in, and a bit like you're saying with the copper bands, there's that kind of stress kind of thing going on. And he had a little group in the corner, and he was obviously eating a few of them with his mouth. You can see him doing it. But that was a week ago. And I've been watching him all the time since, and they just don't care anymore. It's just like, nah. Just
are they also a bit too small for them to look at and bother with?
I think so. I think so. But in saying that, the barred grunters and the sooty grunters should be smashing them.
Yeah, okay.
They don't. They're fat.
What are you feeding the grunters?
Say again?
What are you feeding the grunters?
Well, I'm glad you asked. Now it's time for a sponsor moment. FrenzyFishFeeds.com.au. If you want a good quality Australian-made fish food at a great price with free shipping Australia-wide and a 10% discount if you use the Aussie Aquarist discount code at checkout, you'll get some great food. Frenzy Fish Food, mate. That's what I'm feeding them.
I need to get on that.
It's very rich food. So it has a tendency to send phosphates a bit high if you're worried about coral and you don't maintain your phosphate level. But that's basically what I'm feeding. So I just feed them a sinking pellet.
Do you think it's a bit too rich? Not to knock your sponsor at all.
It's designed for growth because primarily they still are an aquaculture feed producer.
Okay.
So it's designed to get fish to grow. And what I do find is that, which is probably part of my personality, it's easy to overfeed it because like this morning, for example, I went to feed the sooties and I threw some 6mm pellets in there and they came across and they're, eating. But there were still pellets left over. Now they've got nice, they're probably a little bit too full, you might say. But I'm starting to realize that probably with that pellet, less is more. Yeah.
Okay. Because that's a big thing that we, with the diets at work. So elasmobranchs, from the experience of the owner, super duper prone to fatty liver disease from overfeeding. And it's just like, once they've got it, it's so difficult to get to get rid of, and then they can just turn like that and just die. And that's literally from just overfeeding of good foods, like just whole fish and stuff like that from overfeeding. So it'd be interesting to see the long-term sort of things with a highly nutrient-dense food like Frenzy. Do you keep any elasmobranchs?
No, I do have one that's with a mate, but I haven't got any in my place at the moment.
Yeah, okay, gotcha. It'd be interesting to see how they do it in the home captain setting.
Well, in the past, I brought home, I was gifted. I shouldn't say I brought home. There was a fishing trawler, prawn trawler guy in Coffs, and I used to pump my salt water from behind, just where the entrance to the marina is, because there's PowerPoints and stuff there. And his boat was the first one along, so I kind of made friends with him a bit. And he said, "Oh, if I'm out there, I'll if there's anything interesting, I'll give you a call." My current 12 by 4 by 2 which is a Saratoga, was a saltwater tank, pure full strength salinity, but I called it my sort of estuary tank. You know, it had some driftwood, it had some boulders and rocks and, you know, rubble and stuff, and I had all bunch of local kind of species, moon wrasse and trevally and some eels and, you know, all that sort of different stripies, monos and things. And anyway, he called me up and he said, "I've got a couple of banjo rays."
Yeah.
Now, this is a fantastic experience, but it's also a sad one. And they were babies. Well, they were not babies, but they were juveniles. They were about probably 25, 30, maybe 30 centimeters long.
That's small.
Yeah. And I've got to say, I love those fish. They are phenomenal to keep.
Yeah, we've got a big group of them. They're a lot of fun.
Oh, they're so
much personality.
Yeah. So for anyone, let's see if I can share screen. Just tell me if this works, mate, and I'll go back onto the Facebook site. Is that working?
Yep, indeed it is.
That's
there we go. Got a few of them there.
They are beautiful fish, so friendly, eat from your hand so quickly.
They've got a very good food response at work. They're a little less immediate coming up than the blue spot mask rays, but their feeding response, they'll like jump on the food like that and then almost like they're trying to kill it. So it's, yes, well done, mate, you've killed it. So much personality.
Yeah, unfortunately they jump.
Oh, you're kidding. Oh, no.
So I had a bit like what I saw with there's a YouTube channel, Predatory Fins, where what's his name, the Asian guy?
I think I know who you're talking about. I don't recall his name.
Kevin. He's a stingray guy, and what he would do is have mesh, like a horizontal mesh perimeter around it, with the middle open still, so you can access it. So that if the rays would come up the side, they'd hit that mesh. So I did that. I used egg crate. I obviously didn't do it enough because, I mean, I had about probably 150 mil, 6 inches sticking out across as a cantilever inwards. But I come out one morning and they were on the ground after about
all of them.
But I had 2. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Jeez, both of them. So there was probably something that happened during the night, some sort of spook, some sort of event in the tank. I don't know. And I mean, the tank wasn't big enough for him because how big are the banjos at work? Over a meter?
Getting up there at least 800.
Yeah.
They're
not
for the big females.
Yeah, they're not small. So the tank wasn't big enough for them, but it gave me a great love of that species, that's for sure. Yeah. So that's my elasmobranch story. Large eastern rock cod surely would destroy a couple of stressed copper mountain butterflies.
They would if they were in the same tank. They are not.
That's right. So they don't. The rock cod doesn't get the brim or the stripies or the.
No. He's well fed, but he just doesn't like eating from people much. He gets food, but is so fussy with his food. We'll put a bunch of fish into a squid, or just give him a straight squid or a straight fish, and he'll just sort of look at you for a second and just stare at you. And a few minutes will go past, and then he'll be like, "No, okay, bye," and just snob you. He doesn't like me very much. I've only gotten him to eat from me a handful of times.
Right. Do you find that he's eating less at the moment because it's colder?
Yeah, it would be. All the animals are. All the diet plans have been dropped because it's colder.
My moray monster, which is, I've got 3 morays, but the big one which is still at 24.5 degrees Celsius. I haven't fed it I've tried to feed it, but it hasn't eaten in about 2.5 months.
Jeez. My Polyuranodon, the freshwater tiger moray, is not off his food, but he's very reluctant to eat much at all. He'd eat most of a little tweedbait prawn a little while ago, and now he'll barely eat one little sliver.
I think the morays are really, because the temperature's the same, but it gets natural light through skylights. I think they're really, really attuned to seasonality. I really think they are. Paddy says I should get some tanninus. Definitely not. I had one. It absolutely makes the tank go murky. Kicks up every bit of detritus, and you ruin the day that you ever have one. The bit of everything. So I like to call it robust fish. And now it's time for a little segment, if I can find where I'm going, that I like to call Mason.
Love it.
Do you have something, someone, somewhere, or something fishy that you would like to shine some light on for us?
Just anything?
Anything you think that people should know about.
This has been sprung on me. I haven't thought anything of this.
All right. Well, while you do that,
do you have any examples of things that people have said in the past, or something you would think of us? I need something to jog my brain here.
How about I do my shout out first?
Yeah, go for it.
Would that help? I'm going to share the screen.
Definitely would.
And I'm going to go here. Why is that not working? Anyway, I'm going to go Google. And I'm going to go Scape. Is it the Scape shop? I'm pretty sure it is.
I've heard of that one.
Yep, Scape shop. Now, this is, as far as I understand, owned by Pisces Australia. And, you know, Pisces, they dominate the world of aquarium plants when it comes to retail, local fish stores. So take it what you will. But here in Coffs Harbour, I was a little bit limited to get myself some new plants to replant my Saratoga tank after removing the mullet. So I bought some hairgrass, I bought some dwarf hairgrass, and I bought some liliopsis. And my shout is to say that this stuff came within a day, and it came very well packed, very healthy, and all the pots. One thing I was a little bit concerned about is back in the day I was a landscaper, and you get delivered plants for your job, and the mondo grass will be one sprig in the middle of a 6-inch pot. And I was worried that that's the way that the hairgrass would come, but it definitely did not come that way. All the pots were great. I could divide them all up and pretty much fill the areas that I wanted to fill very easily.
Nice.
I bought 10 of these, 2 packs of 5, good price. That's exactly how they came, nice and filled. And I bought dwarf hairgrass and also the stand hairgrass. So that's my shout out. My shout out is the Scape shop. Take it what you will. I know it's Pisces, but as far as the prices and the quality and the speed, 100%.
Nice. Ooh.
Does that give you any ideas?
I mean, look, I haven't really bought anything in quite a while.
Doesn't matter. Have you got a resource, a book, a mentor, a scientific paper? All right. We're going to come back to your shout out, Mason.
Yep. All right. I've thought of something, but yeah.
Okay. All right. The floor is yours.
The app and website iNaturalist. Are you familiar with this one? Yes.
I am.
Fantastic. Everyone should be using it.
Hang on.
I'm not sure if all of your viewers or most of your viewers are familiar with iNaturalist, but it's basically a citizen science app where you can upload photos and potential identifications of critters that you find, whether it's plants, animals, fungi, anything, and you can submit it into this app or website. It has resources where you can try to identify it for yourself or put no identification, and another either member of the public or scientist can identify it for you. And this resource is actually used for scientists to find out where different species are. So I put up so much stuff on our naturalist just as record keeping, and maybe it's something that I think, oh, this is a common thing, but I'll put it up there anyway, because what if we're in an area where it's just out of where there are no natural ranges, or something like that. Just record keeping of this species is in the area, and when your identification or when your record has a certain amount of positive identifications on it, it can reach what's called research grade.
Yep.
And then it can be used for research, and scientists can use it for their research and publications. Great resource. Everyone should be using it. It's great for kids. Kids are always on their phone these days. Get them outside with a phone. Get them to find some weird critter that is like, oh, this is interesting. What is it? Awesome app. Awesome resource. People should be using it.
Excellent. And that was... Righto. Now, Mason.
Yes.
We are going to move on to, what was the third? The second topic was going to be your community efforts with wildlife rescue / rehabilitation.
Sounds good. But just before that, I'm going to duck to the bathroom.
That's what I normally do.
Well, I'm taking your place this time.
Rightio. You go do that.
Just give me 2 seconds.
That's all cool. All good. Now, for everybody out there, let me have a look in the chat. Anyone who's got questions that wishes to ask, who have we got here? We've got Dylan Funkalicious in the group. How you going, mate? That's Prey saying hello. Mate, how'd you get on with... Excuse me. How'd you get on with your sump and your plumbing? I was at Advanced Pumping and Irrigation, and they asked how you're getting on with your setup. So haven't heard from you. Let us know how you're getting on. Gil's Fish Room. Bought some Mackay and Doris from the Scape Shop. That's why I bought from the Scape Shop, Gil, because I remember you saying that it was the place to go, mate. You're in the same sort of boat as me, I think, being quite isolated. By the way, how's that tank going on? We've got Red Map is really good for this too. I have seen that also. Funkalicious. Gil thought it was just him who's got a weak bladder. And Jace, great app. Used it a few times. Beautiful. Right. So for everybody out there, we've got a lot to get through tonight. Let me give you a little teaser of what's going to be happening. We've got wombats with their bellies in the air. We've got backyard pythons. We've got freshwater aquariums. And we've got pond building going on. So it's an absolute stack of stuff to get through. So don't forget to stick with us. Funkalicious is getting there, nearly ready, got the stand kitted out and bought some, that must say, whole saws. Are those Pinoy blues? I'm assuming that you are referring to those. Hard for me to say, mate. Hard for me to say.
I've returned.
Hey, I got a question. I was just giving everybody a bit of a taste, a teaser, you might say, of wombats, bellies, and all sorts of things that are yet to come.
Lovely.
And Praddy saw these and said, "Are they Pinoy blue angels? What sort of angels are they? I don't think they are they? They're scalars."
They were sold to me as Ultims.
I don't think they're ultims. They
Not at
weren't.
all.
They weren't what was sold as a Peruvian ultim, were they? Which is a scalar.
I mean, that could very well be what it is. Yeah, they were sold to me as Ultims. Yeah, it's lost on me at this point. They look very Scalar, Pinoy-ish. Well, yeah.
How much did you buy them for?
I think they were like $40 each, something like that.
Yeah, so they're not ultims.
They're definitely not the showpiece, stunning, giant Ultim that you see in like a lot of Asian places or in Australia for like $200 each. They're definitely not that.
Yeah.
I am unable. Where are we? Unable to see the comments properly.
That's because I haven't got them on the screen yet. Hang on, I'll put them back on again. I'm remember, only technologically somewhat savvy. Righto. Let's get into wildlife. So how about what we do is I'll play a bit of a slideshow, you might say, and I'll let you have a little bit of a talk over it. And I'll pause it here and there. How's that sound?
Yep.
All right. So hang on, I've got to rewind it a little bit. There we go.
That, I believe, was one of the first wombats we got. So, yeah, they're wombats. Their parents would have been hit by cars. They sleep like they pay rent, don't they? Like, they're just little munchkins. They're a lot of fun. They're really, really cute. That's literally how they sleep. Just dead to the world.
So that is, what do they smell like?
Dirt.
Like dirt, right?
They smell like dirt. Yeah.
So not like because kangaroos have got a smell.
Yeah, sort of. Look, they do have a bit of a smell that's reminiscent of kangaroos, but mainly dirt.
I love this.
So,
it's got a scratchy bum. I love it. And
they are the itchiest creatures I've ever seen. Walk itch, walk itch, walk itch. It's very cute.
Is it now? They have a very leathery behind, do they, to block their burrows?
Yeah. On their butt, they've got a big bony plate. So, like where their sort of butt hunches, and then they've got a big flat part literally on their butt. That is what they use. If a predator comes down their burrow, they scoot underneath them and then crush them at the surface, at the roof of the burrow.
Really?
Yeah, they're bulldozers, man.
Look at that face.
They found. I think that was one of the first ones. I think that was Lolly. They found the underside of the deck. I think this video was one Mum took. Oh, did I take? I don't know. And yeah, once they were under that, it was difficult to get them out again.
Was that your lawn?
No, that's in a garden bed that we've reserved for wombats to dig.
Okay. Oh, now this reminds me. I think I've got another poll.
Okay.
Do I have another poll? I do have another poll. But we might start this poll. Should we start it now or should we start it after the hard chat?
What is the poll?
Well, okay, I'm going to let this poll, I'll start it. I'm going to let it run because I've got strong feelings about this and I'm just interested whilst people see this footage to think what they think.
Mm-hmm.
Now, don't forget, everybody, if you're going to vote in this poll, If you're going to vote in this poll, you vote with either number 1, number 2, with no other words around it. We'll let that poll sit there whilst we watch our footage. Okay.
I don't think it's an easy answer to that question.
What's the go with these guys, mate?
That is a fruit bat of a grey-headed flying fox munching on some fruit. So we were caring for 2 long-term captive fruit bats that were unable to be released. They were on correct licensing as long-term captives. And look at them munching. They're just so cute. So in order to care for these guys, you have to have bat vaccinations, essentially. So that's for Lissa and another virus.
Is that Hendra?
That's the one. Lissa and Hendra. Oh, that's a little a juvenile grey-headed flying fox that was orphaned. I named him Horatio. And they're just such a cute animal, but they stink. They smell like fermenting fruit, and it is so pungent. It's like an ammonia smell.
Now, it took me a long time to realise what that smell was. Mm-hmm. And I was up in a place like Alligator's Nest, which is outside Tully. It's a freshwater swimming hole. And I'd smell this smell driving in there, and then I'd smell it in different places. And I think, what is that smell? It's foresty, it's native, it's natural, but it's sort of different. It stands out. Then I realised it's flying fox colony.
Yeah, so we live 30 or 40 minutes away from Raymond Terrace, and there's a big camp of flying foxes there, both grey-headed and black flying foxes. And I've had friends think that it smells like cannabis.
Really? Yeah, I can see.
Yeah, and I go, dude, it's the fruit bats. What are you talking about? And he goes, oh, I just thought it was the area we were in.
Well, I mean, I was out there trying to smell bloody mushrooms, and because sometimes you get those weird funguses that have the smells like bloody sperm and all sorts of weird smells. You must have smelled
those. Didn't know about that one. That's curious. Oh, that's such a cute job.
Man, it is bizarre. There's a mushroom that looks like a penis. I swear. And I'm not
childish sense of humor.
I haven't even finished my first whiskey, so I'm not pissed, and I'm serious. It is phallic. It is, and it has a cap on the top, which is laced, and the smell is exactly like that.
Does it exude any liquids? Because some fungi will exude liquids, and I'd be curious to see what color that liquid is.
Okay. Hey, question.
Go on.
A lot of people are very put off by bats or flying foxes in this case, but these guys eat nectar and fruit. What sort of teeth have they got?
Pretty good teeth. They've got, you wouldn't want to get bitten by them. And their claws are incredibly sharp as well. They've got quite good teeth. Canines and shearers.
Are they like a cat's teeth?
More like a dog, I believe. More like a dog, I'd say.
Because it's weird. You think, what would they need to have sharp teeth for? They're eating fruit and flowers and nectar. And
gum nuts. Well, nectar, not the actual nuts, but the flowers before they open. So they've got to be able to cut into branches and stuff as well. They've got to be able to cut open, bite open leaves, branches, harder skinned fruits, things like that.
I wonder if
most of our Australian fruits are not that soft.
No.
Unless it's a flower they can lick into, most of our Australian fruits aren't very soft.
Yeah. And I guess maybe it's to do with their evolution from whatever they evolved from that might have carried dentition through. I don't know.
It could very well be, but I'd think they use it quite often in their day-to-day. Otherwise, why wouldn't it have evolved away from that?
So what's the most common reason that you get fruit bats coming into care?
being tangled on barbed wire is a big one. So it's insane that barbed wire is still allowed to be used anywhere. Because these fruit bats, they get caught in barbed wire. They get their wings trapped around it. I'm not sure where this fruit bat came from. Little Horatio, that little juvenile. I'm not even sure the origins of these two long-term captive greyheads, but these two were very old, and they've gone back to their original carer. There's a little microbat. But yeah, barbed wire with wildlife in general, but fruit bats especially, because what they do when a fruit bat, or when most animals are in distress, they bite, right? So they bite onto the barbed wire, and fruit bats, the way they eat is by crushing the fruit on the top of their mouth with their tongue, right? And if they bite on a barbed wire, they cut all up through their palate, and they can't eat. Now that animal, then by code of practice, has to be euthanized. So because that animal literally, we can keep them alive on fruit juice for a little while, but that can't be repaired. So that's the future.
So there I was just thinking, I'm thinking about when the bats come and raid your mango tree and they just tear into the mango pulp or the what's the berry thing that grows in the big mulberries, and they come and raid all those soft, and they're just like, but naturally those kind of fruits, those soft fruits wouldn't really exist. We're talking about palm fruits, blue quandongs, that kind of fruit.
I suppose so.
Or maybe would fruit bats have potentially evolved from this kind of bat and carried its dentition through?
I'm not sure the evolutionary chain of bats and fruit bats alike. That'd be a really curious one to research a little bit. I'm not sure. But the little microbats is what this little guy is. I'm not sure the exact species of microbat he is, but they are insectivores.
Yeah.
So these are the ones that people are generally a bit more scared of. But they are the best pest control around. If you don't like mosquitoes, you should love these little bats.
I've had a couple of occasions where a bat has flown in through the door out that way where I am and flown down the hallway past me where my son's going to walk, all the way down that way to my daughter's bedroom, and fly around the bedroom. And it's amazing their navigational skills.
Absolutely, yeah.
To be able to do that.
Echolocation is what they use, and it's incredible.
Man.
That was a little redneck wallaby before, and now these are two eastern grey kangaroo jellies. Well, that's loud.
Yeah.
This is the most recent one we've got. We've got two of them now. For the life of me, I don't recall their names.
Very cute.
They're very cute. They're very sweet.
Would these be joeys that their parents have been killed, mothers been killed by on the road or something like that?
Yeah, that's the main reason they come to us orphaned, because their mother's been hit by cars.
Yeah. All right.
Gabriel Henderson, yes, that is true. Some can only be identified by their willies.
Really?
Yeah. Some of them have got really strange willies. I remember one species, we did a uni field trip and we had a microbat or a bat specialist come in, and he showed us one. We put a big trap out and found them, all ethical and all that. And he showed us one, and its penis was at a right angle. Like seriously, like right angle. It was crazy.
Yeah. All right. Now, I think what we'll do is we're going to jump onto. I'm going to leave that poll running over there for a little while. Mason, because Mason's got to be out of here by 10 o'clock, everybody. And we do know that
more or less.
Well, I've been known to go way past midnight, so
I won't be able to do that.
So we might jump on to a bit of reptile stuff whilst we leave that poll running. And then I've got some questions of my own written down, which might which might relate and bring some interesting conversation.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have a talk through your Antaresia. Hang on, was that the beginning? No, that is in Antaresia. Here we go. Yeah. So these are your personal snakes.
Yes. So the first one there, that was Antaresia stimpsoni, which has now been classed as childreni, and I actually brought a prop. So what prop? Hold on.
Oh, hang on. Look out. Does this require the full screen?
Here we go. Here she is.
Oh, there you go.
So this here is Caramel. So she is a Stimson's python of Windora locality. So yeah, so Antaresia stimpsoni, which have now been reclassified as Antaresia childreni. So apparently Stimson's pythons don't exist anymore, which
really
there's many people in the hobby that think otherwise.
What's happened to the maculosa and the pathensis?
Nothing. They're the same. But stimpsoni and childreni have been merged, essentially. Stimpsoni no longer exist. They are considered childreni. But this girl here is a T-positive albino Stimson's python. So there's 3 general strains of T-positive albinism in Stimson's pythons: the Evans line, the Ray line, and the Windora line. Forgive me if I'm missing one. I believe that's all there is. I believe there's only 3. And yeah, so there's not a lot of people actually working with these guys, I was told by the breeder. And that tracks, I don't see them available all that often. But yeah, she's very, very pretty. Love her to bits.
Yeah. Yeah. So
I might hang out with her for the duration of this.
Absolutely. But she might get lost in your hair. She might go down your shirt for a bit of warmth. Is the taxonomic changes because of DNA analysis?
So I was speaking to someone, and that was one thing that they mentioned that is the reason they disagree. I haven't read the paper, so I'm not 100% sure. But when I was talking to this person, the reason they disagree is because there was issues with not looking at mitochondrial DNA, mDNA. Allegedly, I don't know for sure, but yeah, I tend to not understand. All right, she might have to not hang out with me for a bit.
It's past the bedtime, mate. That's what it is.
Issues of having long hair. Snakes get caught in it.
Yeah, just stick it down your top. Just stick it down your top. Senor Ding Dong, there's a question for you, mate.
I can't see it properly.
You can't see it on the screen.
I can see it, but the bottom line is missing. So Tomato reptile keepers have been told Stimson's python is best kid-friendly reptile above other, and I can't see anything else.
Children's or spotteds, is this correct?
All Antaresia are amazing pets.
I reckon Stimson's are the calmest, and I reckon spotteds are the most dicey.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I've got a spotted that has never bitten. Mind you, this girl's never bitten at all. I've got a children's that is the absolute sweetest animal in the world, never bitten, and then another children's that is an absolute nightmare because she bites everything. I find in general Antaresia is pretty damn good. I probably wouldn't go pygmy pythons for a first, especially for a kid, just because they're known, not only they're smaller, I believe they're known to be a little bit more finicky. But if you're looking at Antaresia, pick from the Stimson's spotted children's, and you're on a damn good track.
While we're talking about pythons, I'm going to go all the way back up the chat because I know the Viking Reefer Quaid is going to be up my ass tomorrow if it doesn't get his question answered because he's a bloody baby. And somewhere back here, they're all gone. They're all gone. There was questions about snakes. Somewhere back there, and I highlighted them with a star, but apparently it's not my fault, everybody. It's his fault. With his crazy feather. The stars have now disappeared. So if you have a question about pythons, because I know that you did, can you pop them down? Oh, here we go. Here we go.
Quite asking questions.
Yeah, it was one. Pratty, hey Mason, what's your absolute favourite reptile? Doesn't have to be Australian.
I can't pick, mate. I suppose I'm going to be partial to Aussie stuff because they're the only things we can keep and interact with a lot here. In Australia, we're not allowed to keep any exotic reptiles, and I haven't had the overseas travel and interactions to form overseas favourites yet.
No, dude, there's no fence sitting. If you had to choose one reptile to keep forevermore with no other reptiles, what would it be?
Couldn't.
No.
I couldn't.
No.
No, you're not having it? Oh.
No. Choose. Now.
Can I
Go.
do just like a group of reptiles?
No. Species.
It's like asking you what fish you could only ever keep one species of. Don't tell me you've actually got that.
Yeah, it'd be a butterfly fish.
That's a
and
group.
It would probably be it would probably be a threadfin butterfly fish.
Seriously?
Yep.
A threadfin. Boring old threadfin.
Beautiful. Hardy. Easy.
Yeah, all right. No,
Living
fair enough. Jesus.
Come on, choose a reptile.
Such a boring answer.
All right, everybody out there, Mason can't decide on a reptile to choose. We're going to move on.
No, I can't. I'm sorry.
I've got a question for snake topic. Which country has most venomous snakes, Australia or South Africa?
I believe it's Australia, but we should Google that to find out. Are you going to Google that, or should I Google it?
You don't need to. It's Australia.
Mm.
Sorry,
South Africa's got a lot, and they've got some pretty dodgy ones too. But Australia, we've got a lot.
I think what it is we have a lot of venomous snakes that have a reasonable amount of temperament that aren't too bad, like a tiger snake, death adder, red-bellied black snake, collet snake, inland taipan. And other than an eastern brown, a taipan, which have got attitudes, whereas I think Africa's got a bit more attitude to it, doesn't it? Mumbas and that kind of shit.
I think Australia, we've also got a lot of weird little obscure snakes that are all venomous, and there's varying degrees of how venomous they are. So, like, I believe, most of our snakes in Australia are venomous, but they're all just some weird little cryptic thing. Like, if you're in Australia and you see a snake and you don't know what it is, you be safe and think it's venomous, because it probably is. If you can't identify it as a python, tree snake, it's probably venomous.
Hey, I think we've got more snake questions, but maybe I should finish the snake video. So there's your...
Now that is the male of the marble children's. That's the female. He's an absolute dream. This is a very scared photo I'm taking because she doesn't usually let me hold her. She usually bites like there's no tomorrow. Excuse me, like there's no tomorrow.
Hey, is this guy your pet, or is he in rehabilitation?
She's my pet.
She's your pet. Okay, cool. I love eastern water dragons.
They're beautiful, aren't they? Not that amazing of a pet because they can be rather skittish, but still, yeah.
Oh, they're not. You can't. In my experience, you can't handle them like you can a bearded dragon.
No, they're definitely not bearded dragons.
I put them on par with like a frill-net lizard for handleability. You can handle them with some of them.
Kept frillies, but yeah, okay, interesting.
Yeah, I kept these guys in outdoor enclosures back in the day and bred them a lot, but they'd come up and they'd hand feed, so you couldn't just walk over and pick them up like you could a bearded dragon.
Yeah, she hand feeds me.
Is this guy inside or outside? Girl.
Inside currently. She's going to be moving to a kind of outdoor exhibit. Large style enclosure. that is part of an insulated shed and has large mesh windows. It'll be all planted and rocked out and everything. And yeah, sugar lemon in there. And then hopefully
I asked that because I've only ever kept these guys outside in outdoor pits. And I was... Are you right? I was thinking about because I got the height with the screened enclosures, and all I can do is put a roof over my big Saratoga area, which is 12 by 4 foot. Height wise would be probably 5 foot high, so there's plenty of scope for overhanging branches and stuff.
Cool.
And I did think about including a pair of these, but because I've only ever kept them outside, I kind of struggle with dragons, goannas, and turtles indoors. There's something. There's just something
like morally.
Yes, and aesthetically and medically, I guess, as well, in regards to getting adequate ultraviolet light.
I think in that tank, either one or a pair of Mitchell's watermelons would be absolutely incredible. But they'll definitely eat rainbow fish. Yeah,
they eat all my fish. They would eat all my fish. I had Merton's water monitors back in the day, but I haven't had Mitchell's. Yeah. But these guys, I find, at least the ones I had in the past, weren't so inclined. Are you right? Weren't so inclined to eat fish.
Yeah, okay. I'm not sure their fish eating capabilities, if they'd be strong enough or fast enough to chase down fish.
I think they probably chase down goldfish and that kind of stuff. They'd be fine with sooty grunters, and obviously they need to be big enough so they wouldn't get eaten by a Saratoga.
Geez, that would be interesting. Putting a bunch of baby water dragons in there. I would not condone that in the slightest, but interesting nonetheless.
Yeah, don't say that. Don't say that. All right, moving on. What else have we got here before you?
Repeat, I do not condone that. That's a bad idea. Never do that.
Is this a keelback?
No, so cool that you've said that. This is a rough scale snake.
Okay.
So rough scale snakes are highly venomous. Keelbacks are non-venomous. And there's a little bit of Batesian mimicry going on here where they look very similar. And people often mistake them. There's not a really easy way to tell what they are, apart from a preocular scale that I believe the rough scale snake is missing, and the keelbacks have. Google that and correct me if I'm wrong. But you don't have to.
Is it also distribution whereby the rough scales will? Wait, stop it. Grubby, can you turn that light off for us, mate? That's the go. That might quieten him down. Is it also a case where the rough scales only come down and just reach northern New South Wales, where the keelbacks are a lot more broad?
Well, keelbacks, as far as I know, good to cover. Keelbacks, as far as I know, are northern Queensland. Sorry, not northern Queensland. Yes, northern New South Wales and are. Whereas these guys we're well down on the Central Coast here. I'm about 3 hours north of Sydney, and we still get them here.
So that's the rough scale down where
this
you
is
are.
The rough scale snake. Yeah. So based on the little bit of anecdotal evidence we've just shared, it seems like the rough scale snake's distribution is going to be
broader. Okay. So if you're in, say, Port Macquarie and you see this snake, it can't be a keelback, but it can be a rough scale.
I'm not 100%. Do you guys get keelbacks where you are in Coffs?
No.
Okay, definitely won't be in.
Not that I've seen. As far as I'm aware, back in the Coggers, the big Bible of Australian reptiles, they just hit the border.
I've actually got the latest Wilson and Swan reptile Bible. I can grab it and have a look.
Yeah, mate, go for it. Go for it.
All right, give me 2 seconds.
All right. Let's see if I can address a couple of questions. We'll ask Mason what he thinks about Ackie monitors. Okay, cool, Dingo Dave. Ackie monitors are fantastic dwarf goannas. It was the first species that I ever bred as a teenager. They have come a long way. They are very gentle as far as goannas go, although it's the only goanna that's ever bitten me and a bit like buggery. Maxing out at about 45 centimeters long. Sometimes some people might say they get a bit longer. Prone to obesity in captivity. They can put on a lot of weight. You've got to be careful with that. It affects the fertility of the females. And getting one or two is perfectly fine because they are happy to live in groups. My experience is they have no aggression towards each other, and the ones that you're going to find that are being captive bred these days are pretty cruisy. Mate, have you got any experiences with Varanus acanthourus, the Ackie monitor?
I do. I had one when I was a kid. They're bloody awesome. Everyone should get one as an entry-level monitor.
Yeah, there you go. I basically said exactly what you said right then. I'll get rid of that one. While you're looking that up, I'm going through a few more questions. Is that all right, Mason? So you look at that stuff. Senor Ding Dong 969. I've got a question for later too. Apart from pythons, what is the most usual snake to get called out for?
Common tree snakes.
What's the most common non-venomous and the most common venomous call out?
So your common tree snakes are going to be the second most common non-venomous. Pythons would be the first. So where I am, diamond pythons, Morays splotter. Your common tree snake is Dendrolathus punctulatus. Then in the way of elapids, which are venomous snakes, your red belly is going to be the most common elapid we get. That's Pseudechus porphyriacus. I've not quite figured out how to pronounce that or not. Someone tell me if I'm right. And then what else in the way of elapids? Probably crown snakes and whips, and not whip snakes, crown snakes and as in golden crown snakes, and your marsh snake. So crown snakes are Cacophus squamalosus, and marsh snakes are Hemiaspis signata.
I'm just going through the chat and make sure I haven't got any more questions.
That's all right. Okay, elapids, where are we?
Pratty got it wrong with the juvenile brown snake. Yeah, Pratty, definitely not.
No, but a really cool find. These guys aren't too common in my area.
Gab's got Boyd forest dragons outside year round and prickly forest skinks.
Whereabouts are you, mate?
Gabrielle, she's in Brisbane.
Oh, out year all year round in Brisbane. That's cool. So keelbacks. Where's distribution? Yeah, so just northern New South Wales.
I think it sort of coincides with. It sounds. I mean, they also say that taipans come down the northern New South Wales. I've never seen that.
Coastal taipans, as far as I know, their range will go as far down as Brisbane, allegedly. I haven't heard of northern New South Wales. I can have a look in this. So
you know what I think it is? I think they basically track or follow the cane growing area. I think that's what it is.
Okay. So for keelbacks, northern rivers of New South Wales to the Kimberley is what we're looking at for distribution with them. Let's find rough scale snake. And then for the hell of it, we can look at taipan too.
I'm not sure what Senor Ding Dong means here when he says many ebbs.
EBs, so that's eastern brown snake. I've only started up the snake catching business or service in the past season. I have not gotten any calls for eastern brown snakes yet. However, they are around. I work pretty closely with a few of the other local catchers, and they still do get eastern browns. But red bellies definitely are more common because my area has a lot more swamp land and wetlands, which are more favorable for your red bellies. This is cool. So the one just before that, that was actually a southern dwarf crown snake. So yeah, that guy there. So that one there, I didn't know they were in this area until I got this call. So that one was in an elderly couple's backyard. Very pretty little snake. Very pretty belly too. The belly is almost yellow. That's Cocophis creftii there. The more common is a golden crown snake. Sorry?
Cranky?
No, not really. A little bit whippy when I first tailed it, but as soon as I sort of held it and left most of its body on the ground to get that photo, it settled down really quickly. This one here is a marsh snake, so that's Hemiaspis signata. They're another common one. That's a blurry photo of a rescue and rehabbed common tree snake. And yeah, so that's the blurry photo I sent there. But that one was caught in a door. And so in the door track, someone had opened a sliding door and broken the tail. Luckily, it was just the tail. There was two main breaks. So the bottom one is further up, and there was only a very slight break, but mainly superficial wounds. And there's the X-ray of it. How amazing is that? But there was a second break further down. So you can see that's actually after amputation. So the second break was further down the tail, was quite severe, and the wounds weren't healing. They were actually starting to die. And naturally what would happen in the wild is that would cut circulation and the tail would die off. In consultation with our one of my local vets, we made the decision it was best to amputate that end of the tail to avoid any secondary bone infection or anything like that, which could kill the animal. And it'll live perfectly fine, be able to climb perfectly fine with missing, it was like 30 mil of the tail that had to be amputated.
Yeah. So a lot of people aren't aware, but the tail of a snake is actually quite short.
In some species, with your common tree snakes, because they're an arboreal species, meaning they live in the trees, they do have quite a long tail.
Okay.
But yeah, in general, yes, you're right.
Yeah. So generally all that length is body, and the vent or the cloacal opening is only about probably might be 10 or 15 centimeters from the end if it's a reasonable size snake. So that's pretty lucky.
Species, but yeah.
Pretty lucky that it was just the end of it that got caught.
Absolutely, yeah. If a snake has damage that severe above the cloaca, good chances that is a euthanasia case. That's a red-bellied black snake that I got from a local shed, actually. And that post was one I put up on my business page. Just quickly. Yes. Coastal taipans. It is saying northern Kimberley to the northern QLD, Grafton, New South Wales.
That's an hour up the road from me.
Ever seen them?
I've seen them in Innisfail. Scared the shit out of me.
Yeah. Where are these?
I was trying to catch some snakehead gudgeons on a cane farm in Innisfail, and with my little boy at the time, and this thing came up the creek and had its head up, and it was very active, very looking around, very alert. And I went, "Fucking hell, I'm out of here."
God damn, where is this snake?
So whilst Mason's looking that up,
I've got it. So rough-scale snake, Tropodecus carinatus. They are a little bit patchy in their distribution. Where are we saying? So central coast of New South Wales and Barrington Tops to Fraser Island area in Queensland. Disjunct tropical population occurs from Mount Speck to the Northton Peak. So we got a few patchy distributions from sort of Central Coast of New South Wales, Queensland border, and then sort of up looking like the Cairns region.
Yeah. Okay. We've got a result from our poll. Should native marsupials be kept as pets in Australia? 63% yes, 38% no.
And by the way, for the viewers, I hope everyone watching me look through a book wasn't too boring.
No, mate. Reggie's screaming was enough to keep them occupied. So there you go. A lot of people think we should be keeping native marsupials as pets. Now it's time for a change of speed. In fact, I might put Reggie back to bed because it's what time is it now?
9 o'clock.
It's probably the reason why he's getting cranky. I should put him in the aviary. Yeah. How about what we do? We've got quick dips and hard chat coming out, mate. We've also got a deep dive in your freshwater aquariums and your pond. Maybe what I'm thinking is...
It doesn't matter if we go a little bit over 10 p.m., by the way, mate.
Have you thought about that reptile that you would only keep if you only keep one yet?
You can't do this to me.
The first reptile I kept as a pet was a eastern bearded dragon, a common bearded dragon, Pagona barbata. I used to breed them and send the babies by air down to South Australia pet stores.
Oh, wow. You don't see barbata in the pet trade a lot nowadays. It's mainly Viticeps and Henry Lawsoni.
Because they haven't got fancy colours. They didn't do all the fancy skin patterns. And
honestly,
to be honest
I would love to have Eastern beards. I think they would be awesome.
Yep. Love them. Gil's had some, I'm still hoping you're going to think of that reptile. Gil's had some weird and wonderful snakes coming up after the floods down there in the borderlands.
Mm-hmm.
And Prady wants to know what is the name of the book.
Oh. Hold on. A Complete Guide to the Reptiles of Australia.
Beautiful.
By Steve K. Wilson and Jerry Swan.
Jerry Swan. When was that released? Jerry Swan was batting about the Australian Herp Society when I was down there with Gabriella back in the day. He must be bloody old now.
I believe this is a 2025 edition. So this is the most recent.
Okay.
From the Australian Herpetological Society. 7th edition. Where are we? 2025, yeah.
All right. Now, mate, are you going to be out? I'm going to put this bird to bed.
Yep.
He's cranky. How about I play for the viewers your pond making video?
Sounds good.
Now, it may stop, in which case you have to entertain the viewers with some sort of show and dance or deep dive into pond building. If I haven't got back dropping this guy out, I've got to go out the shed. Is that okay with you? Can you hold the fort?
I can see a couple of questions there. I could probably. Oh,
all right.
I can't anymore.
You can answer questions as well. It'll when it finishes, if I'm not back, it'll pause on. It'll just stop. It might be a little loop. Anyway, see how you go. Everybody, bear with us. I'm putting Bird Brain to bed. There we go. Stop it.
Well, this is a bit of a DIY ecosystem build. Don't know if the people viewing are familiar with the brand Aquascape from the States. They build ecosystem ponds that are rather extravagant, very, very cool looking, but a bit pricey. So I wanted to do a DIY version of that. I wish I had larger boulders to use in the back, but basically the main body there goes to a pump vault, and then the smaller, more shallow section at the top is a bog filter. So a false bottom, water is pumping down underneath, coming up, flowing through all of the rock and cobble, allowing for beneficial bacteria to colonize, on all the surface areas and do the filtration. That is a bit of an older, that was after setting it up. I don't know if Adam is going to be able to show videos or photos of it recently. I can't remember if I sent him any. But now it has several different fish species in there. So crimson spotted rainbows, Melanotania dublei, yellow Pacific blue eyes, that's Pseudomycal signifer. There are empire gudgeons, firetail gudgeons, southern pygmy perch in there as well. And I did stock riffle shrimp in there too, but have never seen them since. And I've put a bunch of little glass shrimp in there. Again, never seen them since. Yeah, that's awesome, Mason. You can make a living out of this. Thank you, Pratty. This whole build, it took about 3 days for me on my own as, how old was I? I was probably not quite, might have been 18 when I built this. So coming up, 3 years ago, something like that. And Pratty, yes, it is all natives in there. No non-native fish I have in there. Yeah, so the whole was 3 days to dig, which was literally just me on my own as a teenager, being a bit lazy with it as well. And then to put the liner, or the first a geotextile fabric was laid down as an underlayment to prevent any sharps penetrating up into the liner. And then an EPDM rubber liner was put in with the help of my dad. And then big boulders were placed down the bottom on the sides, stacked up from the top, from the bottom. Small pea pebbles, I think they were a 4 mil river gravel, were laid as the substrate in the bottom. And I did purposefully go for a smaller gravel size because I wanted plant roots to be able to get through it easier. I feel like if it was I feel like if it was a larger gravel size, the plant roots would have probably not been able to get through it easier. Nice. What's the albino Darwin's name?
Morris.
Morris. Very good.
Morris was out and about when I was putting Reggie away, so I thought, why not? Where are we up to? Oh, so you watched the whole thing.
Yes.
I had a look at it early on. I loved it. And from what I could gather, you probably already said this, but that's up, and we're going down to what is a suction section down at the very end down there, like a sump. Is that a sump or a
sort of? I don't know what to call it. It's a pump vault. So that bucket there has a pump. The lid obviously has a bunch of holes poked in it. That entry point there is quite narrow, so it allows a bit more suction to come through and a bit of a skimming action. So it's sort of a skimmer mixed with, it's kind of a skimmer mixed with an intake bay type thing.
Yep.
For anyone who's familiar with pond building terminologies. So then that shoots water up below the bog filter, which is the shallower section at the top.
So with your bog filter, and by the way, there's a question here. Where was it? Can't see it. Regardless. Anyway, with your bog filter up here, it's an upflow, yeah? So you got larger rocks and you got smaller rocks, and it comes up through it to provide beneficial bacteria. You grow some plants in there and it goes down to your main pond.
Exactly right.
What happens if you get detritus building up in there and it kind of semi-clogs, or even the roots if you've got vigorous plants? Can
you see the bucket in the front of the bog filter?
There?
Yep. So see the large paver style rock at the front of the bog filter there, and then there's a Bunnings bucket that has got holes drilled in the bottom.
Yeah.
So I could stick a sump pump down there and suck out any detritus. And in the way of plant roots, I can rip them out, and if I wanted to, I could drain the bog filter. I could rip out a heap of plant roots, stir all of that rock and cobble up, drain and fill a few times, and then should be clean, so to speak, and unclogged, which I haven't done in about 3 years, so it's probably due.
Okay. Because I asked that because I had a bit of a trickle. By the way, if anyone sees my snake going down, can you please let me know? I had a bit of a trickle filter when I had my turtle tank upside running, and the water would come down through some scoria and then cascade or fall down through the bottom of the crate into the sump. And I made the mistake of putting a Lamandra longifolia in that scoria, and the roots absolutely congested a crate. Like they're called lily crates. They're a cut flower or a bulb crate. They're about 2 foot by 1.5 foot by 8 inches high or so. And the roots congested it to the point where they were out the bottom, down into the sump and congesting the return pump. And also the water wouldn't be able to penetrate. It would come off the surface and run at one stage over the edge and escape the sump. And my water level would go down and down and down. It was crazy, the Lamandra root. Yeah. What plants have you got growing in the bog area, though? Are you choosing plants that don't have vigorous root systems? What are they?
So right there, I've got a few water iris. They're still in there, but I've also got, don't know if you've seen the plant they've sold as floating bamboo. I believe it's Hygroryza aristata.
I was looking at that when I was going on escape shot. And but it seemed like it was, it looked like it must be rooted, but it kept on talking about it floating, and I thought,
It's a floater. It is a floater, but it just sends down big roots. So yeah, it absolutely is a floater. I've got that in there, and I've just sort of attached the. Originally, I put like 2 stems in like that, and I sort of just put the end in between some boulders to hold it down, not down into the water, but hold it onto the side to anchor it somewhere, which I wouldn't have had to do. Otherwise, I would have just scooted down the waterfall. And it is now, let's see, where can I? So the start of the waterfall, straight across to the other side, is covering that entire back section of the bog filter. Okay. So it is extremely overgrown, and I need to trim it back and do a flush of that bog filter. So yeah.
You should grow some Vietnamese mint in there. If that's if you're into Asian cuisine. Because it loves being in shallow, wet areas.
I'll have to get that one in mind for the next time I want to add some new plants to it. Maybe when the weather warms up.
Yeah, make it edible.
Yeah.
There's a question here from Senor Ding Dong, which I think is worth addressing. Is scoria reef safe? Bit of a tangent. I'm assuming because I mentioned about the scoria in the turtle filtration, and Gab's saying it would be. One thing, I've used it as filtration media for saltwater aquariums before. They were fish-only ones, and I do believe that the Sustainable Reefs, what's his name?
Shane.
Yep, Shane. I recall hearing him say that they use it as a filtration media in their coral growing system in Queensland. They have access to Mount Quincon scoria, which is up on the tablelands. It's the dark brown grey one. The one that you'll often get, you can get black scoria from Bunnings, you can get red scoria from Bunnings. I have heard mention of potential for scoria leaching heavy metals, which I don't know if that's true or not. But I guess
those scorias manufactured rocks, or
no, they're mined.
Oh, never mind then. I'm completely wrong.
Yeah, no, they're mined from all volcanic quarries. There's only, I think, as far as I'm aware, there's only 2 quarries in Australia. There's the Mount Quincon, which is the dark one up in North Queensland, Tablelands, and then there's the red one from down Victoria. But it kind of makes sense in a way. You could kind of connect the dots that it could be some sort of heavy metals that would come from the volcano, once upon a time. So I don't really know. It might be worth reaching out, Senor Ding Dong, to Sustainable Reefs Shane Danger and just see what he's experienced up there.
Proudy, I definitely could grow some wasabi, and that would be cool. I feel like it's a bit too deep, though.
Wasabi, Japanese. Yeah. I thought about doing that once for a sideline business. Gary's trying to promote his ingenious turtle pond filter, and he's painted a valve that he likes to put a select shell over the noisy plumbing as a silencer, and it works very well.
Cool.
For everyone out there, we do have a guest that's reached out that will be coming up probably as the weather warms up a little bit. I was mentioning this to Mason before. A fellow called Mark reached out who runs the business called Pondworks. Pondworks is a Queensland company that does water gardens, water features from Queensland all the way, Brisbane, South Gold Coast, all the way up to Mackay, I think. And he wanted to jump on and do a live stream. And I think we've got some really interesting ideas to run past him. I'm thinking we're going to hit him up with some saltwater ponds. We're going to hit him up with some tidal mangrove mudskipper setups. We might hit him up with a bit of a rundown of how you could do some sort of a fast river flow kind of thing through your courtyard with the glass viewing window and barbs going crazy against the flow. I reckon
Hellstream watches.
Oh shit, yeah. I reckon we got to. It'd be really, really interesting. Not just to try and. We don't want him to sort of come on and promote his. We want to challenge him a bit. So I reckon that'll be really interesting.
I reckon that's the fun about ponds is the possibilities are limitless. Like this was my first ever real pond build. Prior to this, it was a hole with a liner with cobble rock. Around it. It looked garbage, but this is my first ever build, and for my first ever pond build, I think it went pretty good. Quite proud of it.
What's in there? What fish are in there?
I mentioned this while you were putting a bird away, but there are southern pygmy perch, crimson spot rainbows, Pacific blue eyes, empire gudgeons, firetail gudgeons. Think that might be it in the way of fish. I did stock riffle shrimp in there a while after setting it up. Never seen them since. And I've stocked anonymous glass shrimp in there and haven't seen them since either.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, I've just seen in the chat, Mason, that my cover is blown because the man himself is currently watching. Damn it!
Yeah,
I was hoping to really stump him on the night and really get his brain moving. I'm gonna have to change all those challenges now.
Thank you, Freddie, for that comment.
Maybe we might have to challenge him to get some sturgeons or something in a pond, something like that.
Do we have sturgeon in Australia? Can we have them? Do you know? I kind of doubt it.
I don't know.
And even then, I'm not spending 10 grand on a sturgeon.
Are they very? Oh yeah, they are actually. They're a big river fish, aren't they? So they must move a lot.
A lot of people in the States keep them in ponds. Yeah.
Oh mate, I love watching the Predatory Fins YouTube channel. I like the two characters, particularly Kevin. I think I can see his intelligence behind the scenes there. I like seeing the different fish that come through, but I can't help but think, who the fuck is buying these fish and what are they putting them in?
Oh, yeah. And that's a little bit of the qualm I have with some of those big YouTube channels. I don't watch Predatory Fins very much at all. I've seen a bit of their stuff, but not them in particular, but a lot of those sort of channels, they turn into almost just entertainment rather than education and caring for the animals. So, yeah, I'd much prefer to see people showing a lot more intelligence and education. Not saying that channel does that. As I said, I don't watch them very much. That's going off what you were just saying.
I see it as a balance. It's a balance between Rod, who is more of the entertainment side, and Kevin, that is definitely the Chinese guy, who's definitely more the straight 180 education and facts and figures. And it's a good balance. It's a good balance.
That's good. That's good.
Yeah, let's face it. These days on YouTube, you kind of need that.
That is very
Queensland lungfish. I didn't think much of them until I saw some in person at a mate's place, Caloundra.
love Queensland
They're
lungfish.
cool. They
They are awesome. They're an ancient lineage, which are friggin' incredible looking. Actually, I remember hearing somewhere recently that the African lungfish are the closest living relative to mammals, to us,
Really?
that aren't a mammal. Yeah. So not these guys. The African lungfish in particular was allegedly the closest living relative to humans. It's not a mammal.
I know, but I'm not trying to promote fish we can't keep in Australia.
That's true. But like these guys are awesome.
From what I understand, this orange coloration on their bellies is from a breeding. Is it female? I think it's breeding female. I could be wrong.
Interesting.
But they were beautiful. My mate had a couple of 1/2 meter ones in his native aquarium inside. It was a big aquarium. And
what are they price ones for nowadays? I feel like I've seen them for like 10 grand.
No, I had the opportunity to buy a couple that were a lot cheaper than that.
And you didn't?
Like less than $1,000.
Oh, for shame. You should have jumped on that.
Okay, but what it is, oh, hang on. That's the tank there. That's the tank right there. This is the end-on shot going all the way down. So that you can see here, he's not a full-grown fish. He's probably 40 centimeters there. You can see a Jardini, some bass back there in the living room. And
that's awesome.
Really cool fish. Why not? Because I don't think I had the tank for it, and I don't believe in buying fish that you don't have a long-term tank for.
Fair enough.
I'm not really going to
another 20-foot whatever tank though, mate.
No, but they eat plants, and so it couldn't go into my Saratoga tank, and my outdoor tank's going to become salt, which only leaves my 8x4 by 2.5, which is not big enough, and I'm not going to build any more plywood tanks. So I just don't believe in getting fish that you can't accommodate.
No, fair enough. That's a very good way of looking at it. So I commend you for that.
But they're very cool, very cool. It was at first I thought, oh yeah, they're boring. They sit behind the rocks. No, they come out, they eat the food, they eat the valve, they come up there. I thought, oh, they're like axolotls. Oh, they're like salamanders. No, they're very interesting, very cool.
Axolotls are terrible pets for the most part.
Yeah, they are. They're interesting when they breed, and I always wanted to try and transition one to a salamander as a kid.
I had morphed axolotls as salamanders through.
Did you transition them?
No, I bought them transitioned. So who was it? Kellyville Pets in Sydney had them, and I believe they still might get them every now and then as salamanders. I think there was someone on the south coast of New South Wales transitioning them. I don't know how they did it or what they did.
From my understanding, you can do it a couple of ways. You can play with the iodine level in the water.
I did hear about that.
Yeah. And the other is probably the easier way is to just let the tank naturally evaporate.
Mm-hmm.
And so as that water just goes down ever so slowly, they will lose their external gills, change their skin, and develop lungs. And yeah.
I wonder how good for them that is. If it's like just like awful for them to do, or if it's actually not that bad.
But isn't it natural?
Well, as far as I know, not really. As far as I know, in the wild, they don't morph out of their larval form very much at all. But then again, they're nearly extinct in the wild, as far as I know. Like they do it in times of stress, and I feel like if they're doing it in times of stress, us inducing that stress to get them to morph, I don't know enough about the process, but also don't know about like just that line of thinking, how moral that would really be.
You wouldn't think lakes in the highlands of Mexico would dry up very often, would you?
No, exactly. Yeah, that's my point. Yeah.
Gab says that the orange is from food related. And your ding dong saw some untied runners. Bingo. That is my friend in Cologne, in Sunshine Coast. More crustacea, more orange. And Gab's had them finger clicking after 2 weeks. So that was a training. Okay, so what sort of training do you do at work with your sharks and rays? Do you do any target training for feeding?
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. So with most of the larger animals, we do target training and also talking training. So calling out to them by name and targeting for the zebra sharks, the southern eagle stingrays is with a grey glove on the hand. The tawny nurse sharks, it is with a black and white stripy PVC pipe. And then who else gets target trained? That might be all in the way of target training. Oh, our sea turtle, Patricia. She gets targeted with a yellow ball.
I like that, Patricia.
Patty, or Patricia's when she's in trouble. Patty when she's not.
I've got a feeling this might be like when they name cyclones. It's the first person to spot the cyclone from the meteorology gets to have it named after them. Is that what it is?
I have no idea how our turtle got her name. I actually don't know.
I think it's time for a change of pace. Mason. Let me remove the comments from the... Now, this question, I was reluctant to put this question down because I don't want to offend you.
Okay.
I don't know if this is the case with you.
I'm not easily offended, but go ahead.
And based on our conversation beforehand, you know that we are open. We know we talked about ethics and whatnot with animals and about, you know, what you can and can't say. And we know that it comes from a point of an educated and well-being standpoint. This sounds, I'm making it dodgy, doesn't it? Righto, Mason, in my personal, I've written these down. In my personal experience, some WIRES volunteers, WIRES, Wildlife Information Rescue Emergency Service,
something like that. Yep.
Animal rescue volunteers have said that native animals should not be kept in captivity as pets.
Okay. As pets, as pets or in zoos?
As pets.
Okay.
Those same volunteers are permanently caring for animals they cannot be released to the wild because of long-term injuries, etc., which by definition makes them pets. How do you, as a wildlife rehabilitator, interpret this?
So, does it make them a pet, though? Because are they cuddling with them and having beautiful time with them, or are they keeping them at a standard that is keeping them as comfortable for whatever ailment they're in? And are they treating them as a domesticated animal, or are they treating them as a wild animal that just needs a helping hand? Because I feel like there is a distinction. The animals that I work with at work are not pets. That's not what I consider them to be. I consider them to be essentially wild animals that we care for in a way that is working with the way they would naturally operate. Yes, they're habituated to people. So you said that they are very against keeping for pets, but they then go and have permanent care animals.
So there's and this is from my own experience. There's a magpie that is missing an eye, and it's going to get, if that's released, it's going to get, picked on by the other magpies. It's going to die. And so they keep it permanently in their backyard. So what I see is that individual is enjoying the presence of that animal in their backyard, which is the same. Yeah, which is the same as us keeping a zebrafinch, a bearded dragon, a water dragon, an antaresia, or a lungfish. The reality, I guess, in my mind is that if the animal's not, yes. So assuming the animal's not endangered, we'll put that to one side. If it's endangered, completely different story. Assuming it's not endangered, it's a magpie or a frogmouth. If these animals shouldn't be in captivity stands true, that animal no longer holds any worth to the environment, assuming that individual is not doing any community awareness activities, which some are and some aren't. Then it's devoid from the wild population. It has no impact on the wild population. Technically speaking, it probably should be euthanized.
Yeah. So when animals have injuries that they aren't able to be released but they're still able to survive, the code of practice is either euthanasia or permanent captive. And you do have to apply under licensing to have them, like each individual, as permanent captive. So the permanent captive fruit bats that we had here for a while, you're right, they were permanent captives. It was either that or they were euthanized. They have been used as education tools to teach many, many carers about bat care.
Yeah.
So to me, they've got a purpose.
Yeah.
And that stands to reason why they are permanent care.
Yeah, that has value.
And to me, that's fair. That's fair. If they had a purpose other than just like, oh, it can't be released, I'm going to be able to have this animal. To me, it's kind of like having a pet.
All right, Mason.
Difficult.
What has been the most challenging part of working at Irriganji?
Most challenging part?
Yeah.
Navigating the customers are, for the most part, great, but every now and then you get someone that refuses to listen.
I knew you were going to say this. I knew you were going to say the people.
I mean, the animals are easy. We know they don't like us for the most part. We know they aren't going to do what they're told. But when customers do something that we blatantly say, please do not do this, and there's no reason why they should anyway, it's not like there's a miscommunication or anything, they're just doing the wrong thing, that's difficult to navigate.
Righto. Now, this next question is what I'm asking everybody for a personal reason. Mason, you were given a hypothetical 2,000-litre aquarium to make as a display for your own enjoyment. You can make it anything you want: salt, fresh, paludarium, reptile, anything. What kind of display would you use it for? Deck it out: wildlife, plants, lighting, filtration, anything. Go.
Freshwater planted, definitely. Tropical, yes. In the way of actual fish stocking, would I do a paludarium? I'd love to. There are so many different things you could do with that tank. I know for sure freshwater planted, tropical. What fish would I want to keep in there though? a school of something. I feel like I'd love to go native.
Maybe that elusive reptile could somehow be in the mix as well. We haven't figured that one out yet either.
There we go. File snakes. Or even...
Yes.
Right? Or even Maclay's water snakes.
Yes.
Now, do we have a footprint we're working with, or it can be any footprint?
It's an 8x4 by 2.5 high.
That's a bloody good footprint. It could, so either. I remember in a video you did a while ago, you asked about what a dream tank would be, and I never ended up commenting, but I had a thought about that footprint with in one corner, probably the back right corner, having built a ledge box thing to have built around it large river rocks as sort of a slope up, kind of spray foam underneath them so things can't get under, and then hide it with smaller river rocks. Up the top, a fine sand, have maybe like some ferns or then tree roots coming down from that.
So you're making a bank?
Yes, a bank from the back right, ferns up the top hiding a bit of the flow. Around that bank, some Balsinaria or other strapped-like grassy plant, and then moving off into a larger, deeper section with a pair of file snakes, Arafura file snakes. In the far corner, nice large lily. Maybe it's banana lily, maybe something else. The back have like tree roots coming down, literally look like a swamp foresty thing up in the Northern Territory. Leaf litter, not too much leaf litter, but a bit of leaf litter, a few nice large river rocks, river sand down the bottom.
I like it. So could you now? I've never kept file snakes. I had a friend.
No, but it's on my bucket list.
Gabriella will know this individual. Andrew Melrose had some.
I know of him. He has them. I know of him. Yeah.
No, I'm not sure about now, but like 24 years ago, he.
I know a bloke down there who works with him.
He was a sign writer in Engadine, and now I don't think he sign writes anymore, but he does the reptile displays or the reptile displays. Yeah, Nice guy. But he had some file snakes. But from my experience, they weren't particularly active. They would hang out wrapped around the tree roots that would come down the water. So my question for you is, can you cohabit these file snakes of yours with some Jardine turtles, with some, I don't know, maybe some sort of dragons or something above? What am I thinking?
I don't see why not. I'm not 100% sure. I've never kept file snakes. I haven't looked too much into their care. So this is very much a fantasy style setup.
That's why I asked the question.
Exactly. I would have a separate breeding tank for Melanotania deblayi, your crimson spot rainbows, to feed into there, put a big school in at once, wait till they get picked off, keep chucking them in. Hopefully they last a while. So you have some other action in there as well, maybe even a school of blue eyes, something like that. Maybe gudgeons as well to add a bit more interest.
Hang on. So Gabriella has cohabited turtles with file snakes.
Cool.
I'm not sure if she fed them crimson spot blue eyes though. But crimson spots don't occur up there. So you're talking about trifasciatas, you might be talking about checkers or splendida inornatas.
No, I don't care. Any rainbows, doesn't matter.
You rainbow bitch.
Just another schooling fish around there, grouping fish rather.
Sure. Well, there's an interesting question though, and Gabrielle might know the answer to this question. I wonder if file snakes have, based on their body size and their mouth size, a prey preference.
I believe they're fish eaters.
Well, they are. Yeah. They are fish eaters, but what I'm saying is, you could probably cohabit a file snake with hardy heads.
Something small.
Yeah. And is there a certain size fish? Like, is a rainbow fish too small to feed for the snake to predate? Is it preferring grunters or perch?
Yeah, okay. That's an interesting thought.
Oh, hang on. Gabs is saying the opposite. You can have large fish in with files.
Oh. But how large are we talking? Like, do they need to be a full-size lungfish before they can not eat them?
A mouthful mighty with their main prey in the wild.
Oh.
And she force-fed the fish. Am I starting to think maybe I should have Gabs on as a guest?
Yes, absolutely. She sounds cool.
Gabriel, do you reckon that a file snake that's full grown, which is what, maybe a metre, 4 foot long, would eat a trifasciata rainbow fish? Is that a yes or a no in the comments? Praddy87 asks, have you had a big enough pond that you would keep a fly river turtle?
That would be another one I'd love to keep. But yeah, it needs stupidly big pond tank.
Now, Praddy says that, but you can. They're not called fly rivers in Papua New Guinea, but the pig-nosed turtle lives in Australia, but also in New Guinea. So it depends on where you are.
They're the same species, are they not?
They are, yeah.
It's Caricelli's in Sculptor, I believe.
But I think that the Americans get them all out of Papua New Guinea.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Gab says that's a negative for the trifasciata rainbow fish.
Was the question if they'll eat them or if they will live with them? I don't recall.
If they would eat them.
So they could live
yeah. What was my question? Eat or live? Don't know. Can't remember. Rightio. Where are we up to? We're up to aquariums, but before we do that, Gabs, you want to answer that? Can rainbow fish live? Okay, I'll say it very plainly here. Can rainbow fish live with filefish? I've also wondered. I love the idea about cohabiting aquarium. There we go.
I can't see it.
They won't eat them.
Cool.
How awesome would that be?
That'd be awesome, right? Let's do it. Easy. Done.
So now your aquarium has got a couple of Arafura file snakes going on. It's got some Giardini turtles as well as a whole group. Well, the turtles might chase the rainbow fish, but they'll get bored. That's what turtles do. They get bored. They get lazy. They'll come to you. Beautiful setup. Love it.
Absolutely.
That's coming your way shortly. But before we do that, I've got to be conscious of the time because it's getting on 10 o'clock pretty soon. So we've got time for
dealing with much smaller goldfish.
Mason. Let me hide this comment. Mason, Quick Tips is a series of quick questions and quick answers, although I have to say one of these quick questions is not so quick. Anyway, quick question number 1. You can only work and play with one of the following categories. Which would you choose? Now, this is a dangerous question to ask you because I know we're still waiting for that bloody reptile. But anyway, which would it be? Saltwater, freshwater, or reptiles?
Reptiles.
Yeah,
I thought about that one.
Oh, you thought I was going to ask that, did you?
No, I've just thought about that before.
Okay.
Like if I could never keep aquariums again, happy reptiles.
Number 2, New South Wales allows the licensed keeping of 2 native mammals, the spinifex hopping mouse and the plains rat. If you were asked for your expert recommendations to add an additional 2 native mammals to that list, the permissible and licensed list, which 2 would they be?
Oh, Jesus. Firstly, definitely not an expert. I don't claim to be.
Well, experienced.
Yeah, sure. People in the States and Asia keep a lot of sugar gliders. I believe they're the Papua New Guinea species, but there's got to be something to it. So that would be one I would look into. I would not immediately say, yeah, go for it. Look into how feasible the keeping is.
Sure. And they are legal in Victoria.
Yeah. So even then, there's something again to it.
Number 2. Everyone's dying for you to say a wombat, man. And Gil wants to see some square wombat poo.
No. I'm not doing that. Not saying it. That's a hard no. Even most macropods, pretty hard no.
All right, we want number 2. This is quick dips, dude. Number 2.
I want to say something like a ringtail possum, but again, we'd have to look into it. It's not a yes.
That'll work. Righto, number 3. Which is the best starter pet venomous snake?
I've asked a lot of people this. The general consensus is red belly black snake. I don't speak from experience in that. I don't keep venomous snakes yet. But I've worked with plenty of red bellies, and a lot of venomous keepers say red bellies are one of the best starters. But if you're keeping venomous snakes or getting into it, you've obviously got some degree of experience, and you would know you treat every venomous snake the same with caution. So,
I think that we're going to go off tangent. Got one more question here yet, but slight tangent. I think the biggest killer for venomous snakes for me when I was a kid was that you had to keep them locked up in a locked room with locked cages, and it was so hard to display them in a naturalistic setting. And that came from me visiting the Australian Reptile Park at Somersby. In fact, I did it at the old premises in Wyong before they moved as a year 10 work experience student.
Yep.
And they had outdoor pits. And the outdoor pits had turtles, dragons, and red belly black snakes with lamandra. They do when you first go through.
Yeah.
That sunshine, the lamandra, the driftwood, the ponds, it's absolutely beautiful.
Gorgeous, right? Now, in New South Wales, as private keepers, I believe we're not able to keep venomous snakes in outdoor pits, which I don't know what licensing or regulations the reptile park is under to have those pits. It's obviously very different to the private keeping. But I think having reptile pits with venomous snakes with proper safety guards in place would be incredible and very beneficial for the animals. I think in Victoria you can do that. I think in Queensland you can. I think that would be awesome to be able to do.
I'm not even sure if we've got any Victorians. Oh, hello. We've got Gil. Gil's out there. But other than Gil, I don't know if we've got any Victorians watching. But it was absolutely...
Is Victorian?
No. Oh, yeah, Praddy's Victorian. Oh, yeah, Praddy's not a reptile guy, though, I don't think.
True.
Anyway.
One that's jerks. Yeah, you're right. Gabriella, excuse me.
I know you're a Victorian, Praddy, but you're not a reptile guy. Now, this question relates to the next segment we're going to watch. So we've gotten ahead of ourselves a little bit. But has your freshwater moray, Gymnothorax polyurinodon, eaten any expensive fish yet?
He bit the face off of a trifasciata rainbow fish once. Not the whole face, just a little sliver off his face. He bit the eye out of one of the black-banded rainbows, nigrans, Melitania nigrans. Once, so I've just got one in there that doesn't have one eye. Eaten? Not really. No. I believe
just not eaten, just mutilated.
Yeah, and I believe naturally they are mainly crustacean eaters.
There you go. So Praddy is a reptile guy after all.
Ah, very cool.
It sounds like he's been keeping night tigers and brown tree snakes.
That's the same thing.
Well, people call night tigers the Northern Territory version of the brown tree snake.
Yeah. No, you're right. You're right. I believe the Northern Territory version are actually a subspecies. I believe that's Boega irregularis fusca. Don't quote me on that, but I believe they are a subspecies.
I don't know, but there's some cool. Like I've seen two here of the standard brown tree snake.
Cool.
When I was in Mission Beach, they had. I come on my farm, and you know how the green tree snake's got the different color morphs with different color forms from green to blue. And I swear, I found the most blue example on my farm up there. It was unbelievable.
That's awesome.
So blue, it was crazy.
They're beautiful snakes. They were easier to keep.
But from what I've been told. Oh, by the way, Gab's in Port Stephens right now, mate.
Yeah, hit me up.
Well, we'll get to that at the end of this evening. Here we go. Gil says it all. Praddy is a mystery wrapped up in an enigma. What was I going to say? Yeah, moved to Mission Beach, and I found a juvenile. Fucking hell. What's the goddamn giant goanna which I kept as a fucking...
Lace monitor, Parenti.
Yes. Fucking hell. Lace monitor. And then next thing, behind the fridge, there was I think it was a Scalaris, which is the juvenile, the small dwarf tree monitor. And then next thing at the back, I came across a water python, and the kids are doing it by the pool. They're all naked at the time. It was all very fun. And then there was it was just fucking everywhere. Reptiles all the time. It was fantastic.
That's awesome. I need to move to North Queensland. It's too cold down here.
No, yeah, it's too cold down there, but North Queensland, nah, it's shit. Don't go there.
Really? Why?
Because it starts raining. Well, that's where I was. I think if you're in Townsville or Cairns, better. And if you don't mind having a little bit of coolness during the winter, the Tableland's nice. But where I was outside Tully Mission Beach, it's the wettest place in Australia. It would start raining in December, and it wouldn't rain constantly, but it would rain every day until about April.
Oh, right.
So you think about 30 to 36 degrees and raining and then sun every day and add all that.
Warm shower.
It was you'd be in a
that
metal.
Does sound awful. You're right.
You'd be in a metal shed and you couldn't hear yourself talking to yourself. Like, it was crazy shit.
Oh,
I've thought about freshwater snakes in captivity, and they're not very kept very commonly. And I've heard that green tree snakes make an absolute mess, shitting all over the place.
Yeah.
And I've thought about keelbacks as a paludarium, vivarium kind of style setup.
Yeah, that'd be incredible. They're on my keep list as well. I want to keep them.
But you don't, but I wonder how much of they're definitely a display animal, not a that kind of animal.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. But then again, we both keep fish, so we're fine having just display animals.
Obviously is almost asleep. Yeah, you know what? Funny enough, the more I spend time with bloody bird brain, the more I appreciate display animals rather than interactive animals. Because
100%.
It's freaking responsibility and work, isn't it?
Yeah, like I'm not a dog or a cat person. I like sitting and watching the animals.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah, I think also a lot of the people keeping aquatic snakes, they might be a little bit protective and they might keep a little bit to themselves more. So that's probably why we don't see it as much. Don't get me wrong, I think there are only a few people keeping them, but I think there's more people because they're just a bit more secretive, which is fine. I get it.
Gabrielle says keelbacks were not messy like green trees or boiga. There you go. So I wonder if that's because they're more inclined to be, they're more aquatic, obviously, and maybe their excrement were mixed up with the water column and the filtration system, maybe, Gabs? Don't know. By the way, for context out there, Gabrielle Hennison. Now, Gab's back in the day in the Australian Herpetological Society, back in the pre-2000s, the 1990s, when it was all about drinking beer after the meeting down at the pub, was very involved in turtles. I think, Gabs, you were a vet nurse, weren't you, back in the day as well? and McClay's was captivity, and I'm correct. There you go. Turtles, heavily involved with turtles, and then kept all sorts of reptiles. I think she moved to Queensland now, worked for the Australian Museum, not Australian Museum, Queensland Museum. So not only is it native fish, but reptiles has been pretty heavy in the background as well. Cool. Mason, I think we should move on to your freshwater aquariums.
Cool.
Do you want to talk us through what you got going on here? I'm going to get another whiskey. So
in here, this is a 6x2x2, 585 litre. It is the old Aqua One Brilliance aquarium. The year I got this, the following year they stopped importing them into Australia and I believe stopped making them altogether. So I got this rather cheap. The next year they just shot up in price. At the minute, thanks, Freddie. I also don't mind my tank either. At the minute, this tank is got a blackbeard algae outbreak, and it is a giant pain in the butt. You'll be able to see it all over the bulbitis there and over the dwarf sage. The tetras in there are Colombian blue tetras. There is a group of Melanotaenia nigrans, the black-banded rambos. There are those Altum, Scalar, Pinoy, whatever, angels. There are a couple roseline sharks, a group of 3 rendals catfish. There is an African butterfly fish up there in the giant veil.
There is.
There is a giant, sorry, not a giant, what do you call it? That guy, the purple spotted gudgeon. There is my freshwater tiger moray eel. His name is Elon Musk. I did not name him. There are several. Say it again.
You got a very clever moray eel that's known for inventing the electric car. To you, he's a very technologically moray eel.
Yeah, the bloke I got him from named him that, and when my dad heard this, he goes, "Oh, he must be an electric eel." Knew you'd have that response. Bloody dad joke. There are several L number plecos in there. There are King Tiger Pleco L333, Arnica Tiger Pleco L397. There is a candy stripe Pleco L015 either way. A regular bristlenose and a peppermint bristlenose. This fella here is my African butterfly fish. What else is in there? That might be all.
All right.
That's my.
Hang on. I'm going to back it up.
You're right.
I'm going to back it up. You have got an absolute melting pot of a community tank here, mate. You could almost be American with that composition.
Yeah. Yeah. I originally was a rainbow fish tank. Originally, I was trying to have a bunch of natives in there, but I had Trifasciata, I had the black bands in there. They're the only ones I have left. I had the salmon red Glossolepis in there. I had turquoise rainbows. And I raised them up to a point where they were just starting to look really good. And then I got bored of them.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I had them for that long. I'm just like, I don't even care about these fish anymore. I'm just bored. They don't look that good to me anymore.
Mate, I know that
I was disappointed with myself on, honestly.
Well, you should be. The Glossolepsis have got, I know they've got a munted head, but when you come in the morning and they've got that sort of that stripe going down the forehead when the boys are showing off, it's amazing.
For the turquoise rainbows, they were stunning. I do regret getting rid of them. I just haven't bothered getting any more. That yellow stripe down their face is absolutely stunning.
And you know what?
Go on.
They're not bleeding heart tetras, are they? What tetra is that?
They're the Colombian blue tetras.
Colombian blue. Okay, so a turquoise rainbow fish would look amazing with that tetra.
You reckon?
Yeah, because look at the hue in the body.
Yeah, I can see it.
So it's got that pale blue, steely kind of coloration, and we'll pick up on the tones from the turquoise rainbow.
You're right. Be a bit of a supporting actor there, eh?
Love it.
You know what fish I was really looking at getting in here soon? A group of Madagascan rainbows. I forgot they existed.
Yeah, they're underrated.
I had them ages ago. I put them outside for a summer to try and spawn them, no action. And then I brought them inside, and they got this really weird white spot that was like a mil in diameter, like a big white spot, and they all died. Like in the matter of 3 days. No idea what happened. I'd love to get another group of them for in here.
You know, the funny thing about the Madagascar rainbows is that sometimes you'll go to an angler auction, and because you get the die-hard angler guys and native guys that will, be bidding for the native fish or the Papua New Guinea fish, but they'll think that the Madagascans are kind of sacrilege. You can't have them. They're Madagascan. And you'll get them so cheap. So cheap.
Yeah. Oh, nice. They're a pretty fish. I like them.
They are.
Apparently they get pretty big too. So that would be a fun thing I'd like to get into. But I'd call this tank pretty decently stocked. It's got quite a lot of fish in there. The filtration on it is a Fluval FX4 filter. So I probably would have preferred having an FX6 on it, but I didn't have a spare $200 to spend for one extra compartment for the FX6 compared to the FX4. And there's a heap of plants in there anyway.
Okay, questions for you.
Go on.
Your tiger moray, you got a lid on there?
Yes.
Okay, naturally. Right. I was researching Congo tetras. I've kept Congo tetras before. I traded them in at my aquarium store. I got rainbow fish back in the day.
Yep.
And I love the Congo tetras, and I kind of miss the Congo tetras. So I was researching them for my hypothetical 8x4x2 and doing a middle African kind of biotope style aquarium. And when I was researching, one of the fish that came up from an African biotope was a butterfly fish.
Yep.
Where can I find its picture? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it.
I think it's next one or so. There we go.
Are they boring as batshit?
A little bit. Right. But they're really cool. I love him. He hand feeds pieces of prawns from me. He's really cool.
But what does he do? What does he do? Is he a wobbegong, basically?
He's like a moray.
Yeah, okay. Touche.
Look, I find him really cool. Yes, he does sort of sit there, but the fact that he looks like a leaf and the fact that he's got those weird sensory fins poking down, the fact that he's got wings, and the fact that he's related to arowana with that big trapdoor mouth, I love them. I think they're so cool. And having them in a paludarium with a bunch of leaf litter and stained black water, that would be incredible.
Guess what?
Go on.
Apparently you're kidding yourself. Can you read the comment?
No, I haven't. I can't say it properly.
Oh, Pratty says anyone. He said this just before you made that comment, that anyone that says they're like arowana are kidding themselves. But I think what you're referring to is the upturned mouth.
Yeah. Well, these guys are related to arowana.
Are they?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, can you see the head shape? Yeah, just cut the head off and compare it to a Saratoga.
Hang on. We're going share screen here. We're getting deep.
You Googling? Yep. Actually, fact check me.
I'm fact checking you, Mason. African butter. Hang on. How do I say butterfly fish? There we go. That'll work.
Yeah, Pratty. They're a bony tongue fish. Exactly. Thank you, Pratty.
Are they a bony tongue?
Pratty seems to believe so. So that's 2 against you.
You know what we need? Wikipedia.
If you look up or just say taxonomy afterwards, or taxonomic classification.
Evolution. Ecology. What? Every time it says what family it's in, here we go down here. Oh, yeah, it's an osteoglossiforms. It is. Well, there you bloody well go.
And didn't that make them all the more cooler to you, Adam?
Nah.
No.
Nah.
Makes you cool to me.
Yeah, not really. I mean, if they didn't just sit there, but I don't know. Now, there's been some comment. Hang on, I'm going to reverse because last week you were talking about your blackbeard algae and I caught sight of it. I think people can see some on what looks like bulbitis over on the right-hand side, maybe some crypts in the middle or something.
Crypts on the far left. Those smaller plants in the middle there, that's Smolus parvuliflorus, formerly... Never mind, I don't remember what the former name was. Yeah, bulbitis in the top middle and then all over the dwarf sage as well. I'm lucky it's not all that visible in this image apart from on the bulbitis. I could probably see it a bit easier.
Yeah, but
it's so boring compared to the Australian and Asian arowana. Well, I mean, if you're talking about the butterfly fish, Pratty, they are boring comparatively, but they're also this big compared to that big.
That's interesting. You're also related to the African lungfish, Senor Ding Dong. Mate, that degree of blackbeard algae. Oh, hang on. I might try and do a poll here. I'm going to do a poll.
Uh-oh, what for?
Look out for how to treat your blackbeard algae. I was about to give
I thought you were just going to say if I should throw the tank in the bin or not.
No, I reckon it's time for I'm really excited about this whole new style of the podcast or the live stream. Now, what is the best way for Mason to control his black beard?
Senor Ding Dong, the butterfly name, yeah, I get what you mean, but it's just from the wings on this side. They should be called leaf fish or something like that. I agree with you in a lot of respects.
Just bear with me. Just fill in the voids, Mason, whilst I'm typing.
No worries. Gil's Fish Room, your uncle worked at Western Plains Zoo circumcising elephants. That's a niche field to get into. I suppose it'd have a lot of spare fan belts getting around.
Hang on.
What?
No, I'm going to edit it. I'm going to edit the poll. I'm going to add one other option.
H2O2.
I'm going to add all of the above.
What are the options you're giving?
Oh, well, you'll have to see, mate. Okay, I'm going to put this poll up. I'm going to put this poll. It's entitled, "We Hat is the best way for Mason to control his black beard." And I'm going to put this poll up after Mason answers the question, what is the one reptile he would keep if he couldn't keep any other reptile on Earth? We're going to put this to bed, Mason. It's now freaking 11 o'clock. Answer the bloody question.
Is it? No, it's 20 past 10. My current dream snake is a Collett's black snake. So let's just give you an easy one. That's my current dream snake, and that's the one I'd choose.
Done. Accepted. There we go.
Not the right answer, but the one you're going to get.
There's the poll. Weat is the best way for Mason to control his blackbeard algae. Please type 1, 2, or 3, or 4 in the chat. Number 1 is to prune the affected foliage off. Number 2 is to drain the tank to a level which is accordingly and spray it with hydrogen peroxide, 3%, unless you're game for a 6%. Number 3, Siamese alligators. And number 4, all of the above. Oh, there's another.
I'm immediately going to choose 4, all of the above.
Hang on. There is another one which I'm going to add in, which is the addition of carbon dioxide, but we won't go there. It's too late now. All right, we've got the polls coming in. The polls coming in. Let me press play, and we'll continue on with our merry way whilst the poll continues. Purple spot gudgeons. Is that the southern or the northern?
Whatever the not endangered one is.
The northern.
Must be. Yes. His name is Gus. The girlfriend named him. He's rather fun.
But to be honest with you, I think the only reason why they say the southern's endangered because it's more rare in the northern New South Wales, Brisbane area, but it's common as all buggery anywhere north of that.
Oh, interesting.
So I think it's another example of the big smoke getting all the attention, not the
whatever the one that's sold in aquarium shops predominantly is. I don't. It's one of them. I don't think the other is often available.
To be honest with you, I think the southern is the one that's sold in the aquarium stores most often.
Oh, well, yeah. If I'm being honest, I don't know how to tell the difference between the two. If someone could enlighten me. Mason, have you ever seen bowling pythons before? Yes, I would love to work with them. I haven't seen them in person, but they're absolutely incredible snakes.
What is that? What's the incredible snake?
Boland's python. Praddy just asked about them. Boland's python. They're an alpine or montane rather python from Papua New Guinea. And look at that snake. How incredible is that? Just the sheen on them. Look at them as juveniles. So in the middle of the screen there, they've got that bronze color. And as they grow older, just jet black, crimson with those yellow stripes and belly. They're stunning.
So it reminds me of a white-lipped python, like a Albert's python.
They remind me more of Morelia. I don't know what genus they're in. They're gorgeous.
I can find that out for you.
Thank you. I believe they're stupidly they're in Somalia. Oh, I suppose scrub python. Yeah, well, I mean, scrub python used to be in Morelia, so they're not too far off.
I've never heard of Somalia. That's my age. What's Somalia? Is it the new genus of something or other?
Scrub pythons are in Somalia. Somalia kinghorni.
Really?
Scrub pythons. Yeah.
So this is my issue with taxonomy. I know they do all this DNA what's-majigger. However, like scrub pythons are so ridiculously morphologically similar to carpet pythons that does it really need a different genus?
They must be different enough. Like, do you remember only recently in the last few years they separated green anacondas into a northern and southern species? And from memory, the difference between the two was like 5% difference of DNA.
Okay, so what's the difference in DNA between a human and a chimpanzee?
Probably less than that.
Hang on. DNA difference between humans. Yeah, I know. Humans and apes, humans and chimpanzees. Here we go. When directly comparing alignable segments of DNA, humans and chimpanzees share about 98.8% sequence similarity.
So yeah, that is very much.
Hang on. No, the total difference is between 14 to 15%. I have heard it said that chimpanzees, that either humans should be in the pan genus, or that chimpanzees should be in the Homo genus.
Oh, wow. That's interesting.
There you go. Now, what was the reason we were investigating something here? It wasn't about the
Somalia, Bol and I.
No, it was
being in Somalia.
It was before that.
Praddy, you got us off track talking about Boland's pythons.
Bloody Praddy. Now to go back. Bloody Praddy. All right, we're gonna answer the poll right now. Where is it? Down the bottom there. Stop the poll. Oh,
no one cares about pruning. No one cares about Siamese alligators. except for the people that said all of the above. And some people are straight on hydrogen peroxide.
So
honestly,
I'm always an all of the above kind of fellow.
Yeah, same. When I can, if I can be bothered.
The hydrogen peroxide is really safe, by the way, because hydrogen peroxide is basically water and oxygen. When you spray it into water, it reasonably quickly dissociates between, like it breaks apart and forms water and oxygen.
Oh,
so
okay.
that stage where it's a free radical kind of stage where it will do damage is really short-lived. So assuming you won't spray the hydrogen peroxide whilst the fish is swimming up to come and say hello for a mouthful like your butterfly fish, if you eliminate that, But to be honest with you, your blackbeard on those leaves was fairly thick, wasn't it?
Yeah, on the bulbitis, absolutely. On the dwarf sage, I'm just going to clip all those leaves off as far as I can and let it look bare for a bit.
Yeah,
I'll load it full of root tabs and hopefully it'll come back.
Yeah, I think you need to prune it all off, throw in some Siamese algae eaters. I reckon you can do away with the hydrogen peroxide. If you prune them off, there's none there anyway, except for maybe a few small pieces on some of the lower leaves.
Well, see, I don't want to have to get rid of the bulbitis leaves because they're a slow-growing plant. I don't want to have to get rid of them.
Yeah, but what are they doing now, though? What are they doing now? They're covered in blackbeard. They're hardly photosynthesizing. They grow from a rhizome. So what's the difference?
I'd have to see what they look like without the blackbeard if they've just been completely shot and destroyed.
No, they won't be. You can put a piece of. Haven't you ever seen Blade Takashi Amano wrap a bare rhizome up a length of driftwood with no fronds coming out, and it shoots fronds. They'll shoot fronds. It will. It won't die. It won't die at all. And at the moment, it's probably not doing much for the plant at all. So I'd be cutting everything that's badly affected off. Throw in, you've got a 6x2x2. Throw in 3 decent-sized Siamese algae eaters and hook up some CO2.
I reckon I could do away with the CO2. Too much of a pain for me.
It's not. It's not. Now, I want to talk about these guys because I've kept plenty of morays, but never this one.
They're cool. I recommend.
Yeah. Okay. Do they hide a lot? Like a salt?
Oh yeah. I can go several weeks without seeing him and then see just his face. He doesn't actually come out all that often. But when he does, it's a spectacle. It's like, oh my God, he's out. Elon's out. Yeah, he's cool.
The feeding response, is it aggressive?
A while ago, yes. As of recent, no. He will take pieces of prawns from my fingers, and he has nibbled on my fingers before when he was a bit more food aggressive and food motivated. But as of recent, he's been like, I've had to put tweezers down directly to him in front of him. I hit him in the face with a piece of prawn the other night, and he's just like, "Ew, no, go away."
But so as we've mentioned before, it seems that morays can be particularly sensitive to season. Yeah.
It could just be because it's cold. I think I run that tank a little bit cooler anyway. If I'm being honest, I haven't checked what temperature it is as of recent. But I think it runs a bit cooler anyway.
What's it sitting at? What's it sitting at normally?
As I just said, I haven't looked at it recently, so I couldn't actually see. Does that make me a bad fish keeper?
Yeah, it does.
I'm a lazy fish keeper.
Yeah, it's because you still haven't chosen that reptile. Oh, no, you did a collet snake. That's right. Beautiful. Hey, they're very placid, aren't they, collet snakes?
I've heard they tame down quite well, but I've also heard they can be a little bit more dicey. I've worked with a couple of them, and they were pretty fine. They're pretty all right. To me, I think it was only 2 that I worked with were on par with the red bellies. They're stunning, aren't they?
Yeah, collet snakes were along par as being one of the best pet first venomous snakes because they are so pretty and fairly calm.
People often call them a Jaffa snake.
Well, yeah, I can see that. I can see that. Beautiful. But again, I just don't
believe they're one of Australia's prettiest snakes.
Don't you think, though, there's something to be said? Like, here's a classic example of photograph of how the reason why I didn't really ever want to get into keeping venomous snakes is because inside it's just kind of like this. Like, you put it
in the very corner of an enclosure. Yeah,
okay. All right. Let me type in snake enclosure. How's that? Let's see if we can come up with something.
The very first image in the top left there. Gorgeous.
Nah.
What do you mean? That's what they're from the black soil plains in the middle of Queensland, central Queensland. So the landscape out there is pretty bleak anyway.
I know, but you know the reason why? It's because, okay, here's a classic example. So that has no environment around it, yeah? No environment around it. But I want you to look at the light that's around the handler. That light versus that light. Look how natural that is compared to that. And that's kind of the reason why I struggle keeping reptiles inside. And I say that very hypocritically because I'm about to keep a long-necked turtle inside. Well, I am keeping a long-necked turtle inside. You'll see that when I do my next video. But yeah, that's kind of the reason why I go, oh, I'd love to be able to do that versus that.
Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
And to me, if you took away all that background, that painting, yeah.
Well, I'd be having fake rock walls, and yeah, like that's obviously not the Collett's black enclosure, but so that looks beautiful. That rainforesty one would be great for like Stevens banded snakes and things like that.
Yeah, very cool snake. All right, back to the fish. Sorry, we're getting distracted by reptiles here. Hang on. Most captive freshwater morays are clipped in Indonesia.
I believe, yeah, Papua New Guinea and Indo.
Really? The same species, Polyurodon?
I believe so, yeah. I don't think there is any other that look very similar. You get the white-cheeked moray, and the Indian mud moray, but they're not long-term.
Yeah, there's no other freshwater moray, but there's like these brackish water ones. Is it Gymnothorax tile?
Yeah, tile. I think they're the are they the Indian mud moray or are they the white-cheeked moray?
I'm not sure, but it's the one that the Americans often try and have as a freshwater moray.
Yeah. Either way, I've seen them in complete saltwater, and I can guarantee you, well, not guarantee, I'm fairly certain they would much prefer to live in saltwater rather than, thank you, Gabrielle, rather than fresh.
I didn't realise that the tiger moray went up into PNG. Didn't realise that.
I remember seeing a video, I think it was of Townsville. Someone had one in a stream or pond. They found one.
In Townsville?
It may have been Townsville, but also may have been elsewhere.
Backtrack.
Yeah,
love that.
I could very well be wrong. I'm not sure.
Gab says yes, same species. There you go. Now, Cody Wells, 1963, says that he could definitely keep comments outside if done properly.
Yeah,
Colettes.
definitely good.
Colettes. Okay, Colettes.
I'm sure you could, and I'd love to. It's a matter of how you do it. Cody, is this Snowcatcher Cody?
So, say again?
Sure. I'm just wondering if I know this Cody or not.
Well, that could be a question for the chat.
I can't quite remember. Sorry.
Pratty, do you know in Victoria if you can keep venomous snakes outside in outdoor pits? Please let us know. But meanwhile, back to you got a rack Quite a large rack going on.
My 3-foot tanks.
I'm going to go fast forward past the moray to somewhere here. There we go.
Yeah, so that's my 3-foot rack. It's the bottom was the first one I set up. That is a dirted Valsinaria tank for tiger val. I don't know the species and it shits me to tears. But tiger val is the trade name. It's the val with all the little striker bits on it. That houses a big colony of blue dream shrimp, as well as a little group, actually only 2 pygmy coras in there right now. Thank you, Senor Ding Dong, great rack. The middle tank is Escape in Progress, which I'm a little bit embarrassed to show because it's got all of those algae spots on the back. I wish I used black backing instead of frosted.
Yeah.
In the front of that middle tank, that's a Crinum tianum, which is a rather rare plant that is rather sought after and expensive. And it used to be down in the Val tank and used to be, the leaves were easily 3 foot long, absolutely gorgeous. And then over a week melted down to that. And then I moved it up into that tank. So I don't know what's going on with it. Eventually in that tank, I'm going to be doing another scape of gold vine and the dragonstone, sort of juxtaposing the other one on the other side, flicking out to the same to the center.
Mason, what's the species of crinum?
Crinum tianum, so thianum.
Here's a whiskey intoxicated man typing. Very
there you go. Yeah, beautiful plant.
Is it a truly aquatic crinum?
Yes. So there's a few we get in Australia, 3 main species. Calamastratum is the most common. Tianum, these ones here, gorgeous. And then Natans, which is a species, I believe, from Cameroon in Africa, which are very rare. I've got a mate who's got one on hold for me.
So Calamastratum is the most common one with a crinkly edge. That's from Africa too, isn't it?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, how stunning is this? And mine looks like that gorgeous big leaves you're seeing in some of those photos there. But then out of nowhere, just bloop, 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 melted.
So the reason I ask is that crinum is a genus that involves, well, here we go. That's a classic.
Some of our Australian crinum or crinum lilies.
Yeah, crinum or Crinum pedunculatum is an Australian swamp lily, which is a emergent.
Yeah, do you know if any of our Australian ones can go completely submerged? I had someone tell me they can. There's one species or 2.
I don't know we have any other species other than this one.
I thought we did. I thought we had a few.
Do we? So
my research may have told me wrong. I'm not sure.
I've got this lily currently growing in my Saratoga tank.
Mm-hmm.
And it's, I don't know, it's about a 4 foot, 1.2 meters up above the water surface.
Mm-hmm.
When I put it in, I was worried because I wanted the trunk to clear the water's level, thinking that was somehow going to make it okay, but it didn't. The rosette section, the where the leaves went in, still underwater. But it's say again, sorry.
How deep was it under the water?
Well, the water depth at that point was probably about 30 or 40 about 30 centimeters.
Mm-hmm.
But so it submerged the vase area. I did have another crinum, the same species, but much smaller, that was pretty much underwater, that I planted. And it survived, but I gave up on it.
So was it not really growing?
Yeah, it
Okay.
wasn't really thriving. So it gave me the impression that these plants, as I have seen in the Bellinger River, are able to tolerate flooding.
Mhm.
But if they were to be underwater completely underwater for a long period of time, the youngest ones, the smallest ones, would probably give up the ghost.
Okay. Interesting.
Yeah,
I'd like.
but
I'd,
it
I'd
also
love it if they would live completely submerged, because that would be an awesome big aquarium plant. But if not, oh
yeah.
well.
There is this is a strange species because of like it's growing up on the Bellinger River in water on the banks, obviously emergent, but you'll also see it on the dunes and the beaches, the back dunes around the Tweed
Yeah,
area.
yeah.
You'll see it in
They're
rainforests.
used in a lot of coastal planting around here, just
Yeah,
decorative. Yeah,
yeah,
same
yeah.
in gardens quite a bit. Yeah.
I mean, I wonder maybe that it might even be able to be used in a like your 6x2x2, for example. If it as long as it had a position where it could get out of the water, if it wasn't treated so nicely with enough light and fertilizer and CO2, maybe it might stay a bit smaller. I'm not quite sure. That's a pretty big plant just there.
But I also feel like if it didn't have a lot of light and CO2, it wouldn't do as well if it was completely or mostly submerged.
Yeah,
I feel like if you're going to have it mostly submerged, it needs to have all other factors going schmicky dicky for it. Whereas, yeah, if it was completely immersed or just as marginal growth, it could tolerate having the rest of the parameters not as great. I've also got one of these, by the way, the Calamastratum. It's in the veil tank in the back, so I never see it. I've got to move it up to the middle tank.
Does this plant ever grow out of the water? Is it an emergent plant?
It might do in Africa, but I'm not sure if anyone grows it immersed here, because people want to have it in their fish tanks.
It's very slow growing, isn't it?
I found mine to be pretty quick, actually. Oh, it sort of reaches a certain size and then goes smaller. Not smaller, slow.
Oh, so you're saying it grows faster when it's small and then evens out after a while?
Yeah. I found that with the Tyanum as well. Got really, really big and had really amazing growth, and then got massive, and then died. Not completely died, but died back quite a bit.
I'm trying to find some photos of it in the wild. Isn't it funny how when you type in something like natural Africa and you still can't find photos of it in its wild state?
Well, I think the collection points in Africa are very, maybe not hush hush, but out of the way and a bit off the beaten track. So there might be not as many opportunities to get photos of it.
You know, my one thought about this plant though, it's everyone loves it, but to me, it doesn't lend itself very well to aquascaping. Like it's kind of weird. It's one of those it's a sought after plant that's often thought as a focal plant. People revere about it.
It's the feature itself.
Yeah, but when you put it in, it's sort of like if you stand back, that photo could be Vallisneria.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Like you can't really see the plant itself. You sort of just a wall of green. No, I get what you mean.
So we're almost bordering on collectoritis stage when we start talking about this plant. You know what I mean?
No, I
a
get
bit
what you mean.
like Bucephalandras. You know, they're so slow and kind of cryptic, so to speak, if you can call that about a plant, and yet they're so coveted.
Yeah, the Bucephalandra craze, I don't understand. Don't get me wrong, they're beautiful plants, and I'll gladly have a few of them, but I don't need the $500 clump of Buse that has some space name that everyone raves about. Yeah. The naming convention of Bucephalandra is on par with aquaporas.
Yeah. Now that's cool. That's what.
Right.
Okay, this is what we have to challenge Mark in a couple of months' time in regards to how to do that in an outdoor water garden.
We have a species that will make a similar appearance to that. That is absolutely incredible. We have, what is it?
Ponageton?
No, not a Ponageton. It is, bloody hell. Do I have it written down? No, I have it in one of my ponds. It's called like strap leaf. No, not Potamogeton, not Ponageton.
Oh, not the one that Takashi Mana used to use.
No, I don't think so. I think it's more of a marginal.
Otelia.
No, not Otelia, but it is pretty. What the hell is this plant?
Not that.
No. Yeah, I can't remember for the life of me what it is, but it has those leaves that lay on the surface and then some that stick up as well, very similar to how that Crinum tianum was looking there. It's similar to a Ponageton, not Potamogeton. Bloody hell. I don't remember.
Let's have a look at some comments here. Oh, hang on. We didn't get onto your we didn't finish your rack. Rack.
At the top tank is just a quarantine tank.
Yeah.
Observation tank.
We got misled by the Crinum at the front. In the middle one.
There is also in the middle tank there, I'm trying to carpet out Echinodorus tenalis, but it's getting too slow and annoying for me, so I might swap it out for the plant that's up the top. That is dwarf chainsword, Echinodorus something or other, can't remember. It's going to be a lot quicker. Up the top there's a fighting fish that is for the girlfriend's tank. Water ribbons, yes. Thanks, Gabrielle. Water ribbons is the plant I was talking about. I can't remember the scientific name of that. Excuse me, again. There's also a group of pygmy cories up the top and a couple endlers, all for quarantine observation. Water ribbons. Can you find me the scientific name? Because that's what I remember it as. Yeah, that one. So middle top photo there is similar to what I was thinking.
Water ribbons.
What is that? Oh, Cycnogeton procernum, I think, is the old name.
Yeah.
It got turned into something else. Oh, no, it's current. Oh, yeah, it's current. No.
So, okay. Does this look like the Vallisneria, which when you're trying, it's okay. Because there's in the Arar River, there's a plant that looks like a dirty big giant Vallisneria, which if you were to try and pull it out, yes, I have tried once upon a time, it breaks off at ground level, which makes me think it goes very, very deep and that it's not Vallisneria. And
Have
I
you
wonder,
tried scooping out soil with it?
well, I haven't brought a trowel with me as such, but
Use your hands.
yeah, I got the feeling it goes down about 20 or 30 centimeters with its so I don't think it's a Val. I'm wondering if
it is. Oh, it could be Sagittaria. If it's not Val.
I didn't think Sagittaria was
saying invasive. I was out with an ecologist doing some plant surveys.
No. It's
there's
not
an invasive
it's not,
Sagittaria that when it grows submerged, it looks incredible, but it's highly, highly invasive.
No, it's not. It's not like that. I don't think there is. Gabrielle, if you're out there, you probably know. Giant Vallisneria, New South Wales. No, it's not.
Apparently, it isn't Val.
It's not that.
In my big tank, I've got was sold as a giant val, which has gone very thick. It's at least like 2.5 centimeters thick and getting long, getting very nearly 6 foot long.
Yeah, okay. I'm looking here at what it says. Giant Valsneria australis / gigantea is a massive hardy aquatic plant native to Australian waterways. In New South Wales, local councils plant it in rivers to control erosion.
Huh. Gabriella Valnana, I have that one. I used to have it in my 6 foot tank, and it went in at about 30 to 45 centimeters tall and quickly shot up to 7 foot long. And I decided this is too much for this tank, and it was just too prolific. So I put it out into a pond, and now it grows no longer than about 20 centimeters tall.
So that's exactly what I'm talking about. It breaks off with a white base and doesn't get near the roots. And it has a flower which looked like what you were talking about, but comes out the surface. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Let's get back to your rack. That's not your rack. Now, in the bottom, you've got shrimp. I want to know about your shrimp.
They're just your Neocaridina, Blue Dream variety. I do very little with them. Feed them twice a day. All my tanks feed twice a day, except for the big tank. Yeah, there's not much to add with the shrimp really. They breed.
Is there a reason why you're keeping them? There must be a reason why you're keeping them.
Not only do I like them, the veil is so dense, I figured it'd be a waste not having something to breed in there.
Yep.
Not having something to live in there. And shrimp do that. I'm hopefully going to get the pygmy chorus to spawn in there too once I get them out of quarantine down there. And I've got on order for me. Sorry?
That's Hastatus?
Pygmaeus.
Pygmaeus.
I've got ordered some half beaks for me to go in the veil tank in a little while.
Really?
Yeah. They're a live bearer, so I'm hoping that they'll be able to spawn in there. I just know that they allegedly really like eating their babies. So
what are you going to feed them?
Pardon?
What are you going to feed them?
Probably just a mix of dry foods crumbled up the top, as well as frozen and live mosquito larvae.
Okay.
I've kept them before and bred them before, actually, too.
Really?
But yeah, I love eating their babies.
I always thought that they were tricky to feed, and you need things like juvenile guppies or something to feed them.
I'm sure they'd love eating juvenile guppies. I kept them several years ago when I was still a teenager in high school. And no, I didn't find them that difficult. Look, they're finicky when you're first getting them. That's what I did find. But if you got them, you got them feeding well, they weren't sick. By the time they fatten up, they're pretty cool.
Yeah. All right. I got a bit of a soft spot for the what I consider the beaked fish. So I'd love to get my hands on some freshwater garfish, some long tom saltwater tank. Yeah, but I think when you collect them, from what I've been told by Jason Sauter, Australian Biotopes, that the garfish are very delicate when it comes to transporting them.
Yeah,
like
okay. I did some seine netting with an ecologist, honours student, for his studies, and we did some. We caught a bunch of garfish in a big seine net, and yeah, they were like, "All right, we've got to get these through quickly because they die very quickly and easily."
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, here you go. Here's a name we haven't seen before.
I just saw
that.
Platinum half-beaks. Just say a bit of food. Yeah, cool. They're the ones I'm getting, the platinum half-beaks. I don't think any others are really available in Australia.
Half-beaks are an Indonesian fish, yeah?
I believe so.
Yeah. Isn't it cool that we get to see some people that are watching yourself right now, Mason, that we have never come across? We get used to the same old faces, but every now and then Here we go. Every now and then,
Anyone here?
someone new
CQ
pops on.
Aquaria? Glad to
Now,
have you.
before we finish, we need to know what the CQ Aquaria keeps. CQ Aquaria, are you a freshwater keeper or a saltwater creeper? Keeper.
Creeper.
Please answer. Yeah, I know.
That's more on par with saltwater, you're right. I'm kidding.
I'm trying to interpret. Got to answer. CQ Aquaria, come on.
And Praddy, live bearers, yes, the half-beaks are live bearers. They spit out little babies that look like grains of rice.
Yeah. It's bizarre that you'd have a live bearer like that. You think of live bearers, you think guppies, swords, mollies, and then there's this bloody pokey nose fish from Asia. CQ Aquaria, do you keep cold water or tropical? Yeah, okay. So I've got one single freshwater herring in my aquarium.
Interesting.
And I want to go and catch a few more to make a school group, whatever, from Belgium. And yeah, small hook, and I'm thinking just drop them off straight into the esky rather than touch them.
You couldn't net them?
Well, you don't really see them because the water's flowing fairly fast. You got to go fishing with a float, and then when they come in,
you don't allow to use seine nets at all. Damn.
No, you can't. And as soon as you touch them, like Gabs is saying there, that their scales are so delicate that they can shed, and then when I caught those mullet out of my aquarium to renovate my aquarium, which I'm doing right now, even just the contact from those sea mullet with a net was enough to, you put them in the bucket and they go, oh crap, you look like shit now. Like it's just so obvious straight away that the contact makes them injured, so to speak. CQ Aquaria, I am new to the business. I breed betters, pygmy corridors, and guppies.
Cool.
Very cool. Okay, next question. Mason, you got a question for CQ Aquaria?
Any tips on the pygmy cories? How do you breed them? What's your setup? Yada yada.
There you go. How's the herring go with transporting? I couldn't get any to survive. Yeah. Well, the herring I've got currently, I caught at night time as a mistake when I was trying to spotlight some rainbow fish, and it was during the winter time. And I found that when you do it at night time and you do it during the cold, that all those fish transport a lot easier. So I probably got lucky, to be honest with you. So
you
probably, yeah, freshwater. It was out at Karamba.
Okay.
Yeah, they're freshwater herring.
The pure fresh, they don't live in salt at all?
No.
Oh.
No, they're different species.
Huh.
Yeah, so you're thinking of
You're thinking of sending some photos of them because that sounds cool.
Well, you're thinking of a southern herring.
Okay.
So if I was to share my screen right now, you're thinking of, which I must admit, I have thought a few times about putting these guys into when I do my outdoor saltwater aquarium. A southern herring, pretty common. Little black tips to the tails, very nice.
Your screen's not sharing properly. It's still on my rack.
Really? You got my face looking confused, do you? Bloody technology.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay. Share screen. Click. How about now?
There we go.
There we go. So that's a saltwater common estuary fish. Here's a little happy yellow, black tips on the tail, and yeah, pretty cool. But the freshwater herring, is this guy.
Huh.
What I find is that the fish gets a really nice. It's you know how you got the diamond tetras.
Yep.
And they're very they're mirror basically. So
I
their
love
color,
diamond tetras. I think they're stunning.
yeah, their color can completely vary. I find that the one fish that I've got, whereas this fish at the top shows a bit of a rosy tone with that kind of aqua tone, mine shows a lavender tone. And I honestly,
or the actual fish.
No, I think it's a reflection.
Okay.
And I think that probably varies based upon, I mean, here's an example. There's that drawing there. So that lavender, well, that's a brownie salmon tone, but I think it varies based upon the lighting that you've got. And we don't really appreciate the kind of subtones of lighting that comes out. But I think that's what's driving the different colors for the herring. Yeah, so I'm going to go and collect a couple more of these guys for my Saratoga tank.
I wouldn't mind giving it a go at keeping them, actually. They look cool.
Yeah, they are. They are. They don't take to pellet foods very well. Even my one now tends to take a pellet in and then spit it out.
What are you feeding him on then?
Pellets. But it'll also take just chopped up seafood, blended seafood. So what I'm doing these days, I made a bit of a mixture up with some prawn and some mussels and a bit of fish and a bit of chicken, and mix a lot together. Takes out pretty readily.
Nice.
Are these herring sensitive? They're very sensitive. Yeah, sensitive to contact. Yeah. I think bony bream are the same, which is another freshwater fish. Glassfish are very sensitive. Mineral handling and transport. Okay, here we go. So back to CJ Aquaria. We want to find if CJ, here we go. You had a question about his breeding. They started as an accident. I had 14-litre tank with what turned out to be 2 pairs. Okay, fair enough. They spawned easily with a cool water change, as do Corydoras. Okay. And okay, caught mine is that's a different topic, I think. Oh, that's Cody. That's Cody. Do we get gold laser cories in Australia?
Yeah, you do. They're a bit more pricey still. I remember several years ago, someone I know bought them for like $90 a piece. But now more people breed them. I think I know a dude locally that breeds them. Not sure what they're worth now. Probably still like 20 to 40 bucks, depending on who you know.
Is that all?
Something like that.
Jesus, I always loved bloody oh shit. What's the Corydoras that goes in with discus really easily? Can tie it warm. Yes. And they were like 30 bucks a piece. And then for somehow they've come now, what's a Sturbe Corydoras now? It's come down from that, hasn't it?
Last I saw they were around $20 each.
There you go.
15 to 20.
There you go. Oh, hang on a minute. So Cody Wells. Cody? Do I know you, Cody? You must be local to me. All right. Very good. All right. Everybody, 4 hours. It's now 11 o'clock. Is that right, if my mathematics goes correctly?
Let's check. Yes, 11:06.
Mason, thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you for having me on. It's been a pleasure.
Before we go, Gab says, Bunny Room, great for awesome, aquariums, cancel. Yeah, same story. Bad scales. Yeah, delicate. Now, There is one last thing we do, Mason. Thank you very much. It's been a bit of a whirlwind through the entire pet industry of Australia. We haven't touched on dogs, cats, gerbils, ferrets, guinea pigs, or anything else conventional, but we have touched on everything else except for birds, which used to be up there. What I want to say,
a little bit about birds.
You haven't got any birds, have you?
Nan lives on the same property as us. Has got a aviary full of grass parrots. That's about it.
Grass parrot. Neophemus?
No idea. I only know a little bit about birds. I don't know a lot at all. I like them.
That's okay. Right. Mason, we have a closing tradition on I'm starting to develop a closing tradition on the Aquariums Anonymous live stream, where a previous guest has left a question for you without knowing who you might be.
White milk.
Mason, what would you tell your younger self when you were buying your first fish?
Don't make it an Oscar.
Don't what?
Don't make it an Oscar.
Really?
I don't know. Buying my first fish, when I was 12 years old.
See, the reason I laugh is I've never kept an Oscar. Never. And I hear about Oscars being so fantastic as pets. And I think to myself, shit, I've got to keep an Oscar. They must be amazing. But I've never done it.
You'd probably be one of the few people in reality that are equipped to keep an Oscar. Most people want to keep them in a 3 or a 4 foot tank. And no. So, like, if I were to tell a 12-year-old who's getting their first fish, do not make it an Oscar. And do not make it a convict cichlid either.
Don't make it a barramundi.
Yeah. Anything big, don't make it that. I don't know. I'd encourage, I'd say, do as much research as you can. Be a nerd. Talk to people about it. Embrace it. Don't shy away. When I was a teenager, I shied away from animals as a passion because I thought everyone would think I was weird, and I always just did it on my own. Didn't tell anyone about it. So I'd say don't shy away. Don't think it's weird. Don't hide it. Talk about it. People will find it. Some might find it weird, but others will find it interesting and cool.
Yeah. There was a podcast to listen to, and it was in regards to kids and getting into the hobby. And there was this preconceived idea that the kids would have to have the underwater frogs and the clams that would do this and all that sort of stuff to make them interested. And what this shop did was to hook them up with a pair of live bearers.
And let them breed.
Yeah.
Yeah. Awesome. Love it. When I was working in pet shops, when parents were wanting to buy a fish tank, I often directed them towards live bearers as a great option and use the fact that they will make more as a great learning opportunity for the kids and keep them interested.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's awesome, and that's what fish breeders love. We love making new fish.
Yeah. You know, there's one thing I've never done, and that's actually witnessed a cichlid taking care of its babies. I've never done
that. In some of the pet shops I've worked at, there was a pair of convict cichlids in a tank with probably 20 others, and the tank was it was a segmented tank. It would have only been 40 centimeters by 30 centimeters by 30, and they occupied a massive chunk of that tank, and they would not let a single one of the other convict cichlids around because they had a spawn right there, and they were all 20 of the others were just in the top corner because they couldn't get anywhere near the spawning pair. They're too good at being fish, those fish.
Yeah, very cool. Praddy says that he'll buy me a tank so that I can do it. I can keep some Oscars finally. Thanks, Praddy. Well, mate, I could make my random 8x4 by 2.5 an Oscar tank, but an Oscar biotope, who knows? Thank you, Mason. Very much appreciated. By the way, Gabriella, who, if you want to not hook up with, but you know what I mean. We'll be. She's in the area if you want to share some knowledge tomorrow. And otherwise, Mason, thank you very much for being with us tonight, mate. I'm very much appreciated.
Thank you very much for having me. Lovely having a chat. We'll have to have a chat again soon. And thank you all for your lovely questions and comments. It's been a pleasure.
Thanks, mate. And to everybody out there, I do have a guest lined up for next week. We are heading down to Victoria to get a bit of a young man's impression of fish keeping in our southern state. So I shall see you next weekend on Aquariums Anonymous. Good night, everybody.
Thanks, everyone. Cheers, guys.
Thanks, Mason. Bye, mate.
Thanks, mate. Bye-bye.